I'd like to call the Finance, Ways, and Means Committee to order for October the 29th, 2025. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Representative Baum. Representative Baum. Representative Boyd. Camper. Here. Capley. Capley. Chisholm. Cochran. Here. Crawford. Here. Faison. Present. Freeman. Freeman. Gant. Here. Garrett. Here. Gillespie. Here. Grills. Here. Hale. Here. Hawk. Here. Chairman Hicks. Here. Hicks of Washington. Here. Halsey. Lamberth. Love. Love. Miller. Moody. Parkinson. Parkinson. Reeves. Shaw. Sparks. Sparks. Vaughn. Vaughn. Williams. Zachary. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, please make sure that you do sign into your dashboard there that is before you. It just makes it easier as we identify your microphone when it's time for you to speak. Are there any personal orders this morning? Yes, sir. Chairman Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just very briefly, the people of McMinn County the last several days have been wearing pink in memory of Dr. Julie Gooden. She was our director of schools. That's why I missed yesterday to attend her funeral services. She was 43 years old. She was homegrown in McMinn County. She'd only been our director of schools since July. That was her dream job. She was a girls' high school basketball star, Miss Basketball from my high school, from McMinn Central. Her funeral was held in the Central High School gym last night, and so her burial is taking place as we speak. And so if you would just keep her family, the Gooden family, in your prayers, and the people of McMinn County. Her family is hurting. Our community is hurting. But she has a wonderful legacy that will live on for many generations. So I appreciate you. Let me take just a minute to honor her.
Thank you very much for this. And I think it's fitting. I can tell you that has been felt all the way up through to Northeast Tennessee. And so if it'd be all right at this moment, let's take just a moment of silence to just remember the Gooden family. All right. Thank you very much. Representative Grills, Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And back when we were in session, I made reference to my little cousin who had cancer, who was diagnosed earlier this year. And he has been fighting cancer, and several of the treatments did not work, but they have found an experimental treatment that has shown really good success. So the November the 11th, they will be going back in for another scan. And Lord willing, they're going to get good results. But, several people sent me messages and sent little videos to send to him, and I appreciate that. But he's got a good attitude and a good team working around him, and the Lord's been good to him in lots of ways in the family. So continue to keep him in your prayers. His name is Nolan Grills, and there's just been lots of blessings that come from this trial, but at the same time, there's still lots of parents that are concerned. So thank you all so much for giving me this opportunity to fill you in.
All right. Thank you for this information. Very good. Anyone else like to be recognized for personal order? If not, today we do have 5 budget hearings, and we're going to begin with the Department of Environment and Conservation. And again, members, please refer to your dashboard for all presentation documents. And before we do begin, without objection, we are going to go out of session. So without objection, We're out of session, and I would like to welcome Commissioner Sayers and his folks this morning. And would you please just introduce yourselves and the team that you have with you?
Thank you, Chairman Hicks. I am on. So I'm David Salyers, Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation. To my right is Karen Simo, our Chief Deputy Commissioner and Chief Operating Officer. To her right is Scott Grammer, our Chief Financial Officer. To my left, immediate left, is Dr. Ron A. Atkins, Deputy Commissioner, Bureau of Environment, and Greer Tidwell, Deputy Commissioner, Bureau of Conservation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for having us here today and letting us talk to you about TDEC. I really do want to acknowledge our strong partnership with the General Assembly, and that's been over this historic period for state parks, for outdoor recreations, for advanced energy, and resource conservation over the past 7 years. For Tennessee to continue growing and attracting families, businesses, retirees, and visitors, we must have economic opportunity and effective resource conservation. And both are required to maintain the economic prosperity that have marked the past 7 years. At TDEC, we've become focused on becoming the most efficient, cost-effective model of a department in the entire nation. We are and will continue to use AI, GIS as a part of our operations to modernize our IT systems, as well as implementing a culture of continued process improvement to ensure the most efficient use of taxpayer dollars. We're committed to recruitment of industry, development of infrastructure that supports our economy. We're committed to continually streamlining and maintaining an efficient and responsible regulatory program. TDEC is often recognized by industry moving to the state as having the most regulatory certainty, as being a reason that they do come to the state as opposed to others. If I could just read an excerpt from an article on Radiant that recently moved to Oak Ridge. We chose Oak Ridge, Tennessee because of their strong workforce, the community's rich nuclear heritage, and the public's second-to-none nuclear IQ, said Tory. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name, so it's over 15 letters. So, but Radiant's chief operating officer, just as he was Radiant's chief operating officer, just as importantly, the state's business-friendly environment gave us the immediate regulatory certainty we needed to move fast. And we do hear that from industry leaders that have moved to the state and come that we are a part of recruiting along with ECD. And whether or not you define what I'm talking about as balance or my preferred charge from Governor Lee to grow Tennessee, we have to conserve Tennessee. And the General Assembly, I think, has been a very vital partner, has been a critical partner with TDEC to make that happen. And together, I think we've set a culture. We have established aggressive expectations. And as a result, I think we've stacked a number of wins for Tennessee. And I'm extremely proud of the wins we've accumulated together for our great state. And it all starts with capacity. As Tennessee's population, family formation, economic activity, home building, and per capita income grow above the national average, our department is there to meet our mission in service to Tennesseans. And we're striving to strengthen essential services, protect public health while maintaining fiscal discipline. It enables our state parks to meet the demands of increased visitation, plus grow park revenues, collect and remit more tax dollars to local governments, expand outdoor recreation opportunities, and increase our visitors' experiences, as well as positioning ourselves and maintaining ourselves as one of the absolute best park systems in the nation. We've learned certainly over the past year that readiness and resiliencies are critical to government in a dynamic world. One of the most meaningful events I've participated in as commissioner was a recognition luncheon this spring for all the water and wastewater treatment center operators, as well as a bunch of volunteers that kept the pumps flowing after Hurricane Helene in September 2024. And as we celebrated with those operators, they shared stories of how TDEC training, support, and on-site assistance during the aftermath of Helene made the difference. And they also appreciated that our staff, members of their communities, were right there with them through the disaster and are still there with them navigating through recovery. I also had the privilege of attending a national conference this summer where we received a top recognition for our leadership work in GIS deployment for water resources management that was instrumental for utilities and local water systems in response to Helene. And we made great strides in TDEC's readiness, but I know there's more to do so we can continue to be one of the strongest threads in Tennessee's emergency preparedness work and demonstrate efficiency gains in doing so. And I did lead off with balance because I do want you to know how TDEC has emphasized efficiency and effectiveness while meeting our mission and serving 7.3 million Tennesseans. Over the past 5 years, we've sought to simplify permitting, move more activities under a general permit versus a much more complex individual permit, and established activity exemptions to reflect our understanding of reality. Even with this streamlining, our permit volumes are up almost 20% over the past 2 years, while we continue to meet our performance standards of 99% plus permits issued within statutory requirements and guidelines. The permit types remaining are often more complex and labor-intensive in our portfolio. In pursuit of increased productivity, we followed your guidance and attacked our vacancy status year after year after year. I think our HR director is tired of me attacking our vacancy status. But we have 2,784 positions. Currently, 216 are vacant. That's 7.8% vacancy rate. I want to talk about that in just a minute. 47 positions, or 1.4%, have been vacant for more than a year. So that's really big in our world because when somebody leaves, it takes us a minute to fill that vacancy. So within that time frame, I would like to say that I'm really pleased that we're going to have all the long-term vacancies filled, long-term over a year, under 2 years by December of this year. So we're doing really well there. Statistically, when you look at statistics around vacancies in private industry, it's typically like 4 to 6%. But when you look at the hospitality component of private industry, which TDEC is about half hospitality with all our parks, campgrounds, and cabins, that's typically about 8 to 11%. So we fall in that range where I feel like we're in a pretty good spot. We have reallocated 51 FTEs, full-time employees, across our department to fill positions that are needed as our needs as a department in response to public needs are there. Our spirit of efficiency spans from our streamlined hiring processes, while our average days to fill positions is significantly better than the private sector. Really, really proud of that. Our division of underground storage tanks, where they're effective, cleanup and performance and preventive programs throughout the fiscal year, where they have been able to give back underground tank storage fees for the past 5 years. So that's taxpayer dollars going back to taxpayers. Pending board approval, they'll be able to do that for the next 5 years, returning dollars to taxpayers. In today's world, efficiency and effectiveness often flows from information, automation, and process improvements. Really proud that we implement lean process improvement events and IT modernization programs have replaced our critical legacy systems that are on the verge of losing support while dramatically improving our ability internally and externally to provide critical business information and also to collect revenue and fees. We do collect a lot of revenue and fees in our regulatory departments and as well as our regulatory divisions as well as our Bureau of Conservation. And it also positions us for better integration of AI. And speaking of AI, that's in the news a lot today, or automation or bots or agents or et cetera. I note that there's not a bot that can conduct a rescue and extraction out from a remote state park location or write a complex air permit, conduct the thousands of facility inspections or tens of thousands complaint investigations or septic tank approval site visits that we do yearly. And we're constantly improving those processes, trying to find ways to become more efficient with our systems and our programs. But our skilled and dedicated professionals, our people, are still the heart of our capacity and our capability. With that said, looking forward at TDEC, we follow Governor Lee's emphasis on innovation and meeting the challenges of the moment with an eye on doing what Tennesseans a quarter of century from now will look at and say, I'm glad that the state did that back in 2025. Governor Lee's conservation strategy for Tennessee and the thoughtful expansion of our state park systems, more parks for more people, along with a new focus on outdoor recreation, puts us on a 25-year path to offer the most outstanding as well as the most accessible state park system in the nation. And your support and implementation of the historic Rural Brownfield Redevelopment Act and shoring up our long-standing brownfield remediation deficiencies through Tennessee Clean has been a generational catalyst for non-urban communities across Tennessee. Our innovative brownfield redevelopment area grant, or called BRAG, is now able to help communities move forward on blighted legacy brownfield sites and put those locations back to productive use. Anderson County Mayor Terry Frank actually danced a jig when we celebrated a cleanup. I don't have it on video, but I wish I did, but celebrated cleanup of a decades-old site in Claxton this summer. I was with Bolivar Mayor Julia McTizick a couple weeks ago, and he told a group from the Tennessee Municipal League that BRAG is making it possible to clean up an old tannery abandoned more than 3 decades ago, and it's helping Bolivar continue as a city on the rise. But it didn't come to just flip through TDEC's BRAG book, all lowercase brags on that. That's not an acronym. That's tough to follow. I'm sorry. But I do want you to know that I'm confident that as we do move toward the end of this administration, our focus is going to be targeted on high-value investments that sustain Tennessee's environmental and recreational infrastructure without expanding the size of government. They reflect responsible growth, efficiency, and strategic investment, and it's going to enable TDEC to meet growing demand for clean water, waste management, and environmental compliance, plus safe, accessible state parks. We're going to strive to balance the immediate needs with long-term sustainability, prioritizing one-time improvements that generate lasting operational value. Again, we value your meaningful support of our department and the great projects that we have been able to put on the ground, and happy to have the opportunity to be here. So thank you for allowing me to provide this overview.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, very much. And we do have several folks on the list here to ask some questions. And we're going to begin with Chairman Williams. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, thanks for being here. I want to start by saying appreciate your staff, and I may be one of the few people that make phone calls to all the different tentacles that your department does, and it's always very responsive. And so I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to touch a little bit. We didn't really hear much in regards to ARPA and ARPA funding. Of course, TDEC was not necessarily the beneficiary, but the throughput for a considerable amount, $1.4 billion of ARPA funds that those funds are distributed to our local communities to allow for water and wastewater expansions there as well. One of the big challenges facing local governments and municipalities is being able to deploy those resources in order to meet the deadline associated with it. I know back in September, your team started evaluating progress of those with the idea that most of those projects should have been started by now. I know that you guys have also taken about $49 million of your administrative fees and rolled those into existing contracts for those expansions to allow for overruns as far as costs were concerned, because these municipalities could do that. I was hoping maybe you could give me a little update on where we were. Are there any areas of risk associated with those? Maybe some of our end users not being able to meet their deadlines, what the plan would be associated with helping them to achieve those. If you could speak on that, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. Karen.
Hello, I am Karen Simo, Deputy Commissioner for TDEC, and I am the ultimate bad guy on the ARP thing. So if you've heard people complaining about that woman from TDEC telling them, get on it, that is probably me, ultimately. So in all seriousness, it's been a pleasure getting to work on this project. It has been huge. I hope all of you are familiar with the Water Infrastructure Investment Program that was funded. Just a very quick stat on it. There was 392 grants which are mostly to counties or municipalities. There's a handful of nonprofits, but this is directly to your constituents. Of those 392 grants, we currently have over 1,400 water infrastructure projects being deployed in your community. So all of you have this happening. Of those projects, I am happy to say that we are facing minimal risk to the state in terms of having to potentially return any funds to the federal government. That is a touch point in everything that we do implementing this program. It is a unique challenge to implement it because every project is different. And so we have not had any folks that truly just don't have a path forward. We have a number of ways that we monitor their progress depending on the nature of their project. And when we notice a red flag, we reach out to them. And so we even have layers of the outreach. So this is a program that we have 6 full-time TDEC people that we did not get any new positions to administer this. So we went to our Division of Water Resources and utilized some of their staff on a temporary basis. And those 6 full-time TDEC employees are overseeing our contractor EY, who's doing a lot of the engagement. So we have a lot of very involved that direct program to program level, but if there's any red flags that happen that we think they're not going to hit something, it escalates up to department leadership, including myself, and we have meetings not just with the grant admins, but also with the mayors. And if we really think it's going to be a problem, we reach out to you. So some of you have also contacted us. So to say of the roughly 1,400 projects, they're everything from planning and design, asset management planning, and construction. And so each one is unique. The deadline that all of the grantees are working on is all procurements for all projects have to be submitted by December 15th of this year. All construction has to be completed by next summer. The grant contracts to the grantees, we have put that grant termination September 30th of 2026 because ultimately the state has to get them fully reimbursed by December 31st of 2026. So we've built in a number of windows there. So the biggest concern that everyone has is, are my construction projects moving ahead in a timely fashion? So we have timelines that we address on all of those. I will say there's currently 825 construction projects that are being funded. Of those 825, over 99% of them have plans and specs that have been submitted. There's only 2 that have requested an extension, and we've worked out with them, like what's their timeline and are they going to get it to us in the next month or so. So that means they've all submitted engineering and they know what they're doing. Of those 825 construction projects, there's 2 criteria to say that you have started. And one was you had to submit certain documentation to us by September 30th, and then you had to request a site inspection by November 30th. So we are at 85% of the construction projects have met both criteria. The piece that's missing is not all of them have requested the site inspection. So we're focusing on the ones that are approaching that site inspection. Of the 825 construction projects, we have over 35% of them, so that's 286 projects, that are complete or nearly complete. So we are continuing to push forward, and like I said, we have a number of risk factors that we constantly check, and if it's a very involved program, so if you have any concerns about your individual communities, I'm happy to share them with you. Currently, we have not had, whenever we identify a community that has a challenge, we might, if it's a construction project that's not going to be timely, we scale it back to just design. So that's kind of what we've been doing over the last month or so is, the ones that have said, we have a challenge, and that's what we've been specifically handling on a case-by-case basis. So that way they're prepared for post-ARP to fund the actual construction through another manner. So I hope, Representative Williams, that was I'm happy to talk about it more.
Thank you. I think that was pretty verbose. I could have done a better job, I guess, of asking a pointed question. So just to make sure, we put in last year's budget, we put $10 million of additional resources into this, of state dollars, into what was being considered an escalation fund as it relates to these projects. As you stated, there are reimbursement of those funds, so the local communities. In the costs associated with those, if they had to issue bonds that they had prepayment penalties, were they able to include those costs, or are those borne by the community?
I do not believe they are allowed to utilize the ARP money for any debt management, so I don't know. I'd have to check the federal rules, but to my knowledge, I'm not aware that they could use ARP money associated with bond management.
Okay. Of the escalation monies that we put in, the $10 million last year, are those monies just for cost overruns, or because if you're building a wastewater treatment plant, the traditional delivery time is going to be 14 months for an expansion or a ground up. So if they're not starting right now, they're going to have to pay overtime in order to try to catch up. I guess my question is that what that $10 million is for, and has it been completely consumed or committed?
The $10 million was intended for cost overruns associated with water regionalization projects. And we had offered money, it has not been consumed yet. We had offered money to one particular project that experienced significant overruns. However, after the two systems involved looked at their business operations, they declined the funds and they decided to go a different path. So we are back at, we have that available $10 million. So we are back to where we were. So that continues to be available. It was specifically associated with water regionalization, and because those tend to be very expensive projects. We've had a number of other additional requests for funds that were not water regionalization. So that's where we're trying to first consume all ARP money before associating anything associated with state funds.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think Leader Cochran, you got a quick follow-up.
Thank you. And you don't have to answer in detail on this one, but if you could, maybe when the whole ARP process is over, if we could get a review on that, and specifically this, so that from people on the ground, development districts, counties, one of the things that seemed to have slowed down this process was Ernst & Young's involvement. Now, I know we wanted them involved for positive reasons, to make sure that we weren't spending funds improperly, and would have to pay for that out of our own pockets, something that the federal government might say was ineligible to be spent. I understand why we brought them in. What I would like to know is, do we think that they had a good enough understanding of government accounting when we brought them in, or did they slow down the process more than we wanted them to? Again, I won't make you answer that right now, but I sure would like to know, because it seems like from the people on the ground, what we meant to be a positive effect on the process made us much slower than other states. So that's...
Your question is noted, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so Commissioner, you knew you couldn't come in here today without talking about parks, unless you want Deputy Commissioner Tidwell to talk about parks, who does a fine job of leading that. But this committee, specifically in the legislature with the people's money, because it's their tax dollars, it's their hard-earned money, have invested over $500 million in non-recurring funds in state parks over the last 6 years. So how many parks do we have now? And how many do we anticipate having at the end of Governor Lee's term?
I would love to take that over and answer that question, but I am going to allow Deputy Commissioner Tidwell to take that one. Thanks, Greer.
Glad to. Is this on yet? Yes. Good. Thank you, Leader Lamberth, and glad to talk about that, and certainly start by saying the leadership of Governor Lee and this legislature to drive home the focus point of taking care of what we have with the deferred maintenance investment and with the ongoing improvement of our maintenance funding, has been so well received by our park management team. And it really aligns with something else that we're doing in parks, which is not just taking care of what we have, but taking care of who we have. And that focus on maintenance has really elevated our parks and the professionalism and teamwork. So I want to start with that later in terms of taking care of what we have. And those deferred maintenance dollars have basically been fully invested. There's a few more projects still underway, but basically fully invested on the deferred maintenance project. In terms of the new park, so I had the pleasure last week of being down in Franklin, Murray, and Grundy County with public announcements for Fiery Gizzard being raised up as a standalone new park. That's a trail that those of you who may have been there or seen it is a nationally recognized trail. It's one of the best walking places in the country between the Fiery Gizzard Northern Entrance and Foster Falls. Fabulous grand opening there on Monday of last week, and on Tuesday, the brand new park that we call Head of the Crow. Now, if that doesn't get your attention, I don't know what else could. But we've got that naming because it is the headwaters of Crow Creek. And it's right down on the edge, the southern edge of Swanee. And I'm coming right back to your question about numbers later. You can count on that. But it's right down on the southern edge of Swanee University. And what that's going to do is bring people into Swanee, buying more burgers, taking their time there, renting a VRBO, getting a room at one of those bed and breakfasts, and bring tourism down there even stronger than it is right now. So the community there sees and understands that's part of what that park is all about. It's not just bringing rangers in and doing better interpretation so you've got a safe place to go. It's that economic development hit. In fact, we talked very specifically during that grand opening about one of my favorite places to get a Reuben and a cold drink at Shenanigans. Some of you may know that. And just like we're doing up in Sneedville, Chairman, we have established a place that's already existing to set up a temporary, it may be kind of midterm temporary, visitor center so that when the people come and we've invited them into this new park, they've got a place to go meet a friendly face that can tell them where to go. In fact, a lot of folks left that Tuesday afternoon and stopped by the new visitor center, which is just catty corner from Shenanigans, right there on the south side of Swanee, and saw that we already had our gift shop open. Now, we're not focused on trying to make a lot of money out of our gift shops, but we're focused on doing it right, and we're starting to make pretty good money on those gift shops. I mean, it's not Walmart, but it's got a few things to get from mementos and take care of that piece of the experience. The point of that is, as we're rolling these out, we have now publicly opened up and dedicated 6 of the 12 parks that have been funded. So when Head of the Crow was dedicated on Tuesday last week, that brought our state park number from 56 to 62. Thanks to this legislature, we have full funding from 56 to 68. Our intent is to go all the way to 70. Now, that's not because we think 70 is a magic number. It's because that's the right number to fulfill the needs that are out there and the demand for people getting outdoors. When we do an analysis of the areas that are covered within 45 minutes for Tennesseans, when we look at these new parks that we're putting on the map, and especially Middle Fork Bottoms down north of Jackson and Clinch River up near Sneedville, we get down to just 1% of Tennesseans not being within 45-minute drive of a state park. And that's part of what we're trying to do. We're trying to take care of our own folks as well as drive that economic tourism dollar into our rural communities.
Well,
So,
Commissioner, thank you for that. 70 is a great goal. I love it, and especially, and I don't know publicly if we've heard that within 45 minutes before, so I appreciate you hammering down on that. I think our family's we're closing in on 50 parks soon, and so y'all keep making it harder for us to get to every state park, but we're trying. So speaking of taking care of what we have, and I know a lot of those parks, we didn't purchase land. Those were natural areas that we utilized, which is good. But we've got 2 parks that obviously suffered greatly in the hurricane. And so when the hurricane hit Northeast Tennessee, I mean, Roan Mountain State Park took a hit, and it's one of my favorite parks. I mean, it is a unique place in Tennessee. And then Davy Crockett Birthplace State Park was just about wiped off the map. And it had one of the best campgrounds in the state from an amenity standpoint. How are we doing as far as recovery on specifically those two parks? And I want to be very pointed about this. When will they reopen? Not if, when will they reopen, and what will that kind of look like?
Thank you for that caring question, Leader Lamberth. You can imagine our hearts were broken when that happened. During the response to Helene, the whole state park family offered themselves to get up there and help those two parks, as well as helping the communities. And I'll start with Roan Mountain. Roan Mountain is wide open. It has been for several months. The beautiful cabins that are strewn across the hillside there are not strewn across the hillside. They're located across the hillside. They survived Helene. We didn't immediately open them back up because that's not what that community needed right then. That community needed to focus on rebuilding itself, and the park needed to be a resource to the community. But very soon after, the community kind of got stabilized. We opened those cabins back up. 2 of the 3 campgrounds at Roan Mountain are fully open. There's a campground up the hill above the 2 campgrounds that are kind of down along that creek bottom, and we've got a bridge out. And that bridge is scheduled to be repaired and, a list here of projects, repaired and should be completed by November 2028. So that's a TDOT repair project. That's taken a while, but in the context of that community up there that was hit by Helene, we want it sooner, we want it faster, but also that makes sense to me that where it is in the priority listing. We've got 2/3 of those campgrounds open, and the rest of Roan Mountain is operating well. Significant investment to bring them up.
I hate to interrupt you, but I don't want to monopolize the time of the committee just on parks. I know you guys do a lot of stuff, but I mean, what about Davy Crockett Birthplace?
Yeah. So Davy Crockett Birthplace was literally, as Chairman Hawk will share, was literally covered in mud and wiped off the map, quite frankly. We have been so proud of that team because that park is still operating to serve the community, but it's not open on the park site. And what I mean by that service is a big piece of our service is helping people understand nature and learn about nature and get that interpretive experience. And that park team is going school to school and event to event with a trailer that they've built an old log cabin on, and they're sharing that Davy Crockett Birthplace story in the community. And that's, I'm so proud of the kind of drive that park team brings to the table. Now to look forward, Leader, and I want to stop just a second and thank you very specifically, Chairman Hawk, for your focus on bringing that community together to be engaged in the planning for what we call the rebirth of Davy Crockett Birthplace. And the finances for that, $27 million were established in Hurricane Helene recovery funds. There's $16 million expected from insurance, and that leaves about an $18 million delta to fully rebuild in the rebirth process. What we also see from our strategic planning process is about another $40 million in capital that we're expecting to need. And that planning process hasn't been quite complete. It involves a lot of engagement with the public, but the engagement has been given, and we're working through all that to come up with our final plans. So we're expecting from the Hurricane Helene and the insurance about an $18.5 million delta, and then to fully do what the community is asking for in the rebirth, another 40 on top of that, 40 plus on top of that. So timeline, the public engagement has been completed. It's been very fulsome, and our, what we call our master plan is about to be published. And then from that programming, we will start the design process and move forward.
Well, Commissioner, what I'm hearing then is it's unfortunate. It looks like it's going to be years before we see Davy Crockett Birthplace back open then.
I think it will, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, and I appreciate all your efforts in that. I mean, you know, it's, you and I talk about it regularly, getting out on a hike again, so I mean, we need to do that, but thank you. And if you hadn't been down to Fiery Gizzard, everybody go do that one. That's a fantastic hike. Chairman, my last question is to the Commissioner, and I hope it will be brief because I know this is something you know well. You mentioned AI and technology several times in your opening statements. in the last 7 years, what have we really done there that through AI and investment in technology, because it's been quite a bit as far as funds that have benefited our customers and our bosses, the people of Tennessee and the businesses therein?
Okay. Well, I'm going to say just from the AI standpoint, we're just really now starting to utilize that. But with the IT modernization, you know, a lot of people just think it's going to go buy a whole bunch of new servers and software and this, that, and the other to make it work. It has a lot to do with process mapping. So we've been doing process mapping, and we have implemented certain pieces of software. In particular, one of the big lists for us is because we do collect a lot of fees from folks that require permits and things like that, is implementing that software. And I'll turn it over to Karen for a brief follow-up on that.
So very briefly, the IT modernization money, we went fully cloud because meaning we had on-prem servers and we went to full cloud, and that resolved disaster recovery issues. So we had a day when if the power went out, we weren't going to make it. So we fixed it. We replaced our invoicing software, which is what Commissioner was referring. And one of the very positive things that came of that is a customer-facing portal. So if you are a customer of TDEC, primarily on the regulatory side, if you are needing to owe us money to any of our divisions, you have one place you can look. That never existed for us. So we have done that. We have gone through all of our programs to see which ones operate on just paper and online solutions. And then we have a number of other things, but for the IT modernization money, that's the bulk of what it has been spent on thus far.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. And I know it's already been said, but we do have several folks on the list up here. So all I will ask is that you please ask your question briefly and that you please answer briefly if we could, because I want to get everybody. We're going to get to everybody, so I just want to make sure it's not 3 o'clock before we do. All right, let's move on to the next speaker. Will be Representative Hale. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for the work that you and your team do. Very quickly, my question is this: what is Tennessee doing to have the most accessible state parks system in the nation?
I think one thing I can say is that we're already being recognized as the most accessible state park system in the nation. We're hearing that from conferences we're attending. We're really, really putting that out there. We have certain standards that we do adhere to, and we just continually strive toward those standards. Can't remember the name of the organization that we apply to every 4 years. There's one organization that recognizes that nationally, and we're consistently in the top 4. 3 years ago, I think we finished second, but we think our Arizona cheated, so we really, really won. So we do have certain standards. On the hospitality side, we brought in an individual from private industry who has set up QA, QC, things of that nature. You know, we're not, the new parks that we're opening, we're not calling them parks until we get to those standards that we have established internally. So that's what we're doing, and we've got a tremendous marketing page. And we have a lot of folks that come in. Don't try to get a room at any of the lodges on the weekends, especially during peak times, and probably not in the summer. I'm the commissioner, and I can't get a cabin from in the fall unless I go on Tuesday. So but we are. I mean, we have really raised our standards and established those. And without going into more detail, that's about as brief as I can be on that. Okay. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Capley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really know who to direct this question to, but I represent David Crockett State Park in Lawrence County. And I tell you, I have had more calls about the closing of that swimming pool than anything probably this year. I didn't know if you wanted to get people's attention. Apparently, you closed the local pool. I know it's been closed for a while, but I grew up going to that pool. I know a lot of people are close to that pool. My brother got food poisoning at the snack bar. You know, it just is what it is. You can't buy that.
That's why we closed it.
Is that what it was?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'll get to my question. What are we doing? I know the pool's closing. I understand it's costly, but what are we doing with those facilities? I guess the pool areas. Do we have? Is it site specific or?
I can go really high level, brief, and pretty much we did look at all our pools. Many of them were in need of major capital improvements and repair. For pools we keep open like about a month and a half out of the year, we can't get lifeguards. Dynamics have changed around community pools since the 1960s when most of those were built, but there were plans specifically laid out for each of those pool replacements, and that was working with park management, the local community, and our team to establish what that is. That could have been a playground, could have been a community center, whatever was decided at that specific location. But there were replacement projects, sometimes even a splash pad.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Hicks of Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. Thank you, and thank your staff for being here today. And as someone that works with TDEC a lot, I want to really brag on Dane Cutshaw and his staff in Northeast Tennessee. They do an excellent job taking care of us builders and developers and just everyone in general in Northeast Tennessee. They really do a great job, so I just want to brag on them a little bit. These questions is related to the Heritage Conservation Trust Fund, okay? So TDEC has previously stated that land may be purchased and held in a conservancy until the state is ready to take control of the land. And in the most recent annual report dated June 30th, 2025, $7.2 million in HCTF dollars was used to procure 2,658 acres that will be transferred to the state. Has TDEC conducted a cost analysis to know how much funding will be needed in the future years to maintain this land?
I'm going to toss that to Deputy Commissioner Tidwell.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Hicks. The simple answer to that is yes. We look at the use of that land, and in the array of things that need to be just kind of left alone, all the way up to the lands where we're going to be bringing in people to enjoy those lands. That's how we look at that going forward. Our focus on maintenance as well as sharing is what drives our cost analysis of those kinds of lands. I don't know which particular site you're talking about, so I think you're talking about sort of the broad breadth, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Representative. And that's how we do look at those going forward. We know that it takes resources to invite people into land. And when we work with our sister agencies and local communities, we know that there's got to be a long-term plan for knowing if we're going to be inviting people in, we've got to take care of the amenities that are on that land going forward.
So there is a lot of thought that goes into to taking care of the land, maintenance on the land, and you know what work will have to go into the land. If additional costs for maintenance are needed, will additional state appropriations be needed, or will TDEC utilize current operating funds?
Yeah, so one of the things that the legislature has given us the capacity to do going forward is to take the revenue-generating operations, and where that revenue exceeds operations by efficiency and bringing in more visitors to the revenue-generating parts of our organization, we can hold that to invest that in exactly the kind of projects you're talking about, Representative, so we can use that money going forward. And that is our plan, to get so good at business and raise our brand value so much that we are able to generate enough revenue to exceed our operating cost and then use that for the things that we're growing to provide to visitors.
Okay, so TDEC has also stated that HCTF funding allocated is used to leverage other dollars, where state dollars invested with the purchase of these, where other state dollars invested with the purchase of these 2,658 acres that will ultimately be managed by TDEC?
So the Heritage Conservation Trust Fund has achieved, as of this fall, nearly a 2-to-1 leverage on the money out of that fund in terms of the value of the properties. There's been right at 49 grants issued, and a little over $80 million in investments. There's been a lot of progress since even just June. My encouragement to that independent board is to get this money on the ground. We're not operating a bank. If there are good projects coming in, I'm encouraging them, they're independent, but I'm encouraging them, go ahead and approve those projects and get that money put on the ground so the public gets the benefit of those conservation projects.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I want to recognize Allie. She just recently passed the bar, so congratulations on that. And I'm sure, Commissioner, I'm sure she'll be wanting more money now. So you can.
Always.
Let's piggyback off of Representative Hicks over there. Just explain to me, if you would, how the funding mechanism works for the Heritage Conservation Fund, where the dollars come from, who oversees it, how they're spent. Just give us a real quick, if you can.
Take that. Absolutely, Chairman Grills. So the Heritage Conservation Trust Fund is directly funded through legislative appropriation so far. In the last several years, there was a $30 million appropriation and a $51 million appropriation. That's the money I mentioned a minute ago. In this time period, over $80 million has actually been invested because projects have been approved, rather, because that funding looks always to try to leverage on bringing other federal or private funding to the project.
Sure.
And so there's been literally over a 50% leverage affected in terms of the grants that have been issued so far. And that board is independent. It includes folks from across the state, several subject matter experts from Ducks Unlimited, from First American Bank, folks from all over, to be focused on making sure that the mission of that statutorily created trust fund is accomplished. It's a very flexible and effective tool for helping local governments, not-for-profits, as well as the state agencies accomplish land conservation to share back to Tennesseans.
Who all manages these properties once they're purchased?
It's a wide array, frankly. There's been a couple of projects at TDEC, a couple of projects at TWRA. There's been a brand new state forest created out of those grants. The Wolf River State Forest down on the Ames Plantation in West Tennessee. There's been an extension of a state forest, Stewart State Forest, up on the Cumberland Plateau. And then an array of local government and not-for-profit organizations who work on conserving land or expanding their own parks in the local governments.
I was at a graduation this year, and I had a surveyor come talk to me, and he was talking about a project he was working on for the state. And I dug into it a little more, and I realized that it's looking at, since June, I believe there's about 10,000 acres that Heritage Conservation Fund's looking at purchasing, a little over 10,000. That I'm not exactly sure who's going to be in control of that, but I believe it's TWRA.
Okay.
If that is the case, and we're hearing over and over again that TWRA is short on funds, and you can confirm that right quick. Is that correct?
I'm not going to speak for TWRA.
I'm talking about who's going to be in control of that property.
So there is a significant project that has been approved down on the Hatchie River that will expand a TWRA wildlife management area.
Okay. Well, my question is, TWRA is short on funds. How are they going to be able to manage more property that's taken over by the Heritage Conservation Fund? And then once that dollar, those dollars are taken, or those acres are taken out of public and private ownership, and the state takes possession of them, what about the local tax revenue that's going to be lost, or how is that going to be impacted across state? Because I have seen that happen in my own counties.
Yeah, so as I understand things, Chairman Grills, and I know this is something we keep track of for all the projects that are funded through the Heritage Conservation Trust Fund as well as other funding mechanisms, the state land still pays a fee in lieu of tax equivalent to the tax. So that part of the public support continues in terms of the land from a real estate tax perspective.
So as taxes go up in every county, will that match the in lieu of taxes? Will that match whatever, if private enterprise still owned it? Would that continue, or would that be frozen at the current rate?
My understanding is that's frozen at the current rate. I think there are, frankly, some aspects of that fee in lieu of tax program that I certainly, on behalf of our Bureau, are ready to kind of dive into and look at to make sure our, in particular, rural communities are not losing anything in terms of the tax value going forward. But generally, those lands, when they become public and you start inviting people in, both on WMAs as well as on parks or other hiking kind of opportunities, you end up with a boost to that economy.
I understand that, but I'm also concerned that there's also a management aspect to it that takes lots of dollars to manage these properties. I farm for a living. You don't just take on more property and expect it to take care of itself. There's lots of management expense. And I'm also concerned with what it's doing to these local communities and the local governments. When is enough? How much land should the government actually own in Tennessee? What percentage of our land that the private enterprise has control of now should we be willing to sell and let someone in the state bureaucracy take control of it? What is that number? I think we're at enough personally, but that's just my personal opinion, and I would love to see what the vision is for the Heritage Conservation Fund, TDEC, TWRA, whomever it is that's taking control of these properties.
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. I don't think that's a policy that TDEC is gonna set. I mean, I think that's a policy for an administration, a policy for the General Assembly. I think right now about 90% of the land is in private ownership. I would expect there's places adjacent to parks that a lot of folks would love to see acquired and added to a park. I would expect there's places in West Tennessee on WMAs or wherever that, they don't want, certain tracts of land acquired. So but I don't think that's our position to make that determination. I think that's this body and the administration.
I really guess that was more of a statement than a question, but I appreciate the time you got. And I've got several other questions here, but we have more time at the end. You come back to me there, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Grills. Next on the list, Chairman Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, team, thank you all for being here. I got a couple questions here about the remediation funds, both on the national priority list and the non-national priority list. Y'all have received almost a little bit more than $100 million since 2020 for those two funds. Could you just give me a brief overview of the progress that's been made? And any inroads and any challenges that y'all have had, and then also, when you're done answering that, I've got one follow-up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna real quickly just give a very high overview and then allow Dr. Atkins to follow up on that, and we have some more folks that we can really get into it. But when you think about remediation funds, and we look at that, we're looking from the Oak Ridge Reservation, the largest Superfund site in the world, down to the Brownfield Corner gas station in the community. So there's a broad range through there. So we can talk about a lot of aspects of that, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Atkins to touch base on that.
Sure, and I'll be brief, and if you have additional questions, we have our Director of Division of Remediation that can answer a lot of pretty specific questions, but since 2018, our fund has grown from $5 million to about $100 million, and primarily that has come from appropriations from this General Assembly, such as our TN Clean, that has allowed us to pursue cleanup at sites across the state for our state Superfund sites. We have a balance currently out of that originally appropriated of $63 million of $57 million remaining. We're working on 27 sites this current fiscal year at $18.6 million. Last year, we would have spent about $12 million or so, but EPA seeing the effort that we were taking at the American Nuclear site in East Tennessee, they jumped in and contributed to the cleanup there that saved the state dollars that we can now put forth at other sites. We have $25 million for DOR Oak Ridge to pursue continued cleanup there. Also, our BRAG program of $5 million recurring. We continue to see tremendous success there. We have currently about $8 million in projects from last year and this year together, with over $13 million in applications for awards. So the demand is greater than current funding that we have now. And so I'll stop there, and if you have additional questions, we can go into more detail.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, that's great, and you answered a lot of my secondary questions. I guess I just want to make sure I heard you correctly and the body heard you correctly. You said there's a current balance of a little more than $50 million. Did I hear that correct?
In the TN Clean, yes.
And then you said, thank you, and then you also said that the current projects are about $13 million worth. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, for a different pot for the BRAG dollars.
Okay.
Yes, those are different pots.
Okay, I think I understand now. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Next on the list, Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all of you being here today. My questions will go to the mega site. So we're switching gears a little bit here. There was an appropriation for your funding in fiscal year 23 for 37 positions to establish the necessary infrastructure and environmental readiness to begin construction at the mega site. So first, could you give us a quick update on your involvement in the mega site with the development of infrastructure and environmental readiness, and were all 37 positions filled?
First off, all 37 positions were filled, have been filled, and give me just a sec on the other. Ford has just about built out the facility at the mega site. The wastewater treatment plant is operational. Do you have there's some more details there, so you got that. So
yes, I'm happy to jump in here. Construction is nearly complete. Most of the buildings have been constructed. The rail spur is the one of the last remaining things that Ford needs to complete. The land is in the process of being stabilized. Ford has announced there was a delay in their production, and so we only have one supplier that's in full operation, but the others are expected once that timeline for Ford to produce to operate on site. But they do have their buildings there, so that's good. The West Tennessee Mega Site Authority, they have completed both the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment facility to provide drinking water and clean water to the plant. Both plants have been operational for about a year, so we're providing potable water, and we're also receiving wastewater from the buildings that are operational.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more real quick. What are your plans for those 37 positions once the infrastructure is completed? Will they be reallocated through your department or remain dedicated to the oversight of the mega site's infrastructure?
Well, currently, right now, they're dedicated. They're dedicated to the site. As with anything, if like one community starts having more SSDS permits that are needed in that area, we share, sometimes we move positions around. Right now, those positions, 29 of those were filled by fall of 2022. 6 were, those were water, 6 were air pollution control. 2 of those were West Tennessee River Basin Authority and some associated projects that they had at the mega site.
Okay, thank you for those answers, and thank you for the shout out for the scenic Hatchie River. And we are proud of that, being the only designated scenic river for Tennessee in its entirety of the rivers. So we thank you for mentioning that. We love it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Follow up, Chairman Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to run back and ask about, Rush Bricken brought up a question last year about biosolids. Just real quick, I know you guys have worked really hard to make sure that gets resolved. Can you just give us a short update?
I'm April Grippo, Director of Water Resources for TDEC, and I really appreciate the time that y'all gave us to implement some changes that we promised during the legislative session, and we have been able to implement those over the summer and this fall. So on biosolids, there were a lot of concerns about issuing a new permit with PFAS restrictions. We did issue that new permit, and we do have a PFAS monitoring requirement for the wastewater treatment plants that generate these biosolids. That information will be available online for the citizens that were interested in that. We've been providing regular updates to Mayor Brady. Y'all remember he testified before committee about his concerns in his community, and we have been sharing those and increasing outreach. We met at the end of the summer with Chattanooga to share our concerns, and they're working on their own outreach efforts to the citizenry, and we also let them know that we mean business on enforcement, and we had to take that to account. Last week, we had to issue a notice of violation for a small spill that occurred from carrying in biosolids from Chattanooga to one of the land application sites. And then maybe most importantly, we have followed through on our commitment to hire contract employees to increase the amount of inspections. So I really appreciate the time y'all gave us to make those things happen.
Well, thank y'all for getting that done. It sounds like you're on a good spot, a much better spot than we were. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you all very much. And members, that concludes our time with the Department of Environment and Conservation. I do want to thank you all for being here. Certainly thank you all for answering our questions. Members, next up, we do have the Department of Transportation, and I did see the commissioner come in, so if you would make your way toward the front. And again, Commissioner Reed, we want to welcome you to the committee. We certainly know this is not the first time you have presented before us, but certainly the first time in your new role. And so we want to say congratulations. And we will control the microphones up here, so you'll be ready to speak once you are ready. And so without further ado, members, if I can get your attention, we are ready to begin the presentation for the Tennessee Department of Transportation. Again, let me just say this. If once you ask your questions, please keep it brief. And when you please give your answer, would you just keep that brief as well? We want to get as many people on the list and through the list as we possibly can. Commissioner, without further ado, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Yes, this is the first time in this role as Commissioner. For those that I haven't met, which I think I've met most of you, I spent the prior 3 years as Chief Engineer before taking on this role. Want to thank Governor Lee and Deputy Governor Butch Ely for giving me this opportunity. It means a lot. Just a little bit about me. Prior to being Chief Engineer, I joined the department back in 2014 after spending 16 years in the private sector as a consultant, with TDOT being my largest client. So I had a desire for public service at that point, and at that time, Governor Haslam and the administration was looking at bringing some private sector flavor to TDOT, and I felt like that was a place that I could help. Had the goal of coming in and learning perspective from the public side and spending 5 years and going back. And here I sit before you as commissioner now, but I will say I wouldn't trade it for anything. I've got one of the best teams, and we're all really passionate about what we do. So having worked on both sides of the table, both public and private, I think I bring a perspective that helps not only with the understanding of the inner workings of the department, but also the challenges that we face on the external side. So I think while I know this department better than most, one of the things that I'm really focused on is ensuring that we deliver the absolute best system that we can. So what does that mean? I think it's important, my vision and mindset going forward, very quickly, it's to keep the momentum going. We have a lot of momentum going in Tennessee with regard to the transportation system. We need to keep that going. So my vision for doing that is really very simple. It's relentlessly pursuing excellence in 3 areas: delivery of our program, development of our staff, and then system modernization, which we'll talk about a lot today. I tell my staff all the time, we're not just building roads, bridges, transit systems, all of that. We are making decisions right now that will impact Tennesseans for generations with the way this state is changing. So why does it matter? We have the most ambitious program in TDOT's history before us to deliver. We're going to talk about how we're doing with that. We're also positioning ourselves as a leader at the national level in transportation. Thanks to the investments made by this body and the governor, we have positioned, and the things that we are doing, we have positioned ourselves to be at the forefront of discussions as it relates to reauthorization on the federal level this coming year. Also, we are focused on supporting this body and the governor's vision for what transportation needs to be in Tennessee. And most importantly, we want to fulfill our commitments that we make to the traveling public who are our customers. So I want to give you a quick update on where some of the things that we've done in 26 with the general fund dollars that came in this past year, both in the form of one-time money as well as some recurring dollars. You can see many of them here. I'm going to pick out 3 that I'd like to highlight just for your awareness. The first one is our spot safety program. Thanks to the general fund dollars that came in last year, we were able to insert 28 new spot safety projects into TDOT's program. You may say, well, what is that? What does that mean? These are relatively small projects dollar-wise in the grand scheme of things, but I'll give you an example of 2 types of projects. Intersection improvements where you add turn lanes and signals where you have high crash rates. Turn signals and turn lanes at school entrances. These are small dollar projects with huge impact and upside to most of the communities across the state, particularly in rural areas. We hear a lot of times from people, our customers and people that we deal with, well, if you'll just put a 4-lane road out there, it'll solve the problems. Well, the reality is the dollars aren't necessarily there to do that, but we can get a lot of bang for our buck with these spot safety projects, and y'all funding them this past year is making a huge difference. The next thing I want to highlight is our pavement program. Thanks to last year's general fund transfer and the TMA prior to that, we were able to increase the number of resurfacing jobs we're putting on the street by 50 in 26, which is huge. I know all of y'all spend a lot of time driving up and down our interstates. I tell my staff I want to see every paver that's available in the state of Tennessee out on our roads to make sure that we're keeping that infrastructure good, and we have seen that. You'll see a number 16 in parentheses. I wanted to mention this because as we talk about project delivery and development in Tennessee, we've made a lot of changes over the last several years to expedite that process and become more efficient. I'm happy to report that we were able to put 16 additional resurfacing projects back into the program this last year by savings on projects that had been listed in our highway program. We got better at estimates. We're delivering more high-quality plans. We're getting competition from industry. We were able to save enough money to put 16 additional resurfacing projects back into the program. So wanted you to see that money that we are saving is going back directly into the program to benefit our users. The last thing I'll mention there is our Rural Service Patrol, another thing that y'all funded as part of the general fund transfer last year. I think most of you are familiar with our HELP program in our urban areas, Knoxville, Memphis, Chattanooga, here in Nashville, the green trucks. These are motorist assistants. They also help us manage incidents on our highways. We don't currently have those in rural areas. Y'all were able to fund that last year, which gave us that ability. That is currently in procurement. We hope to have a contractor on hand very soon to be able to provide that. The reason it's important, most of our rural interstates are still 2 lanes in each direction. You have an incident, it can often back up traffic for miles, cause a lot of detour, a lot of delay, but also the typical accidents that happen in those rural areas, as you can imagine, speeds are faster. Those accidents are less forgiving, and it's further to medical attention. So to be able to have eyes on the ground on those rural sections of interstate is going to be a force multiplier for us going forward. A couple of organizational things that have happened with us this year that I want to update you on. You're all very familiar with Hurricane Helene. I'm happy to report, as I sit here today, 47 of the 49 routes that were closed on the state system are now open. Really appreciate the interaction we've had with local governments and local authorities, emergency management agencies, as well as other states. It truly has been a team effort to get back. We're not all the way back yet, but we're really close, and we're going to continue. As Commissioner Ely said before me, we're not leaving till the job's done. We got more work to do, but we're happy about where we are with that right now. On the major project front, two big projects going on. The Kings Crossing Bridge in Memphis is a project that we're really excited about. To give you a little context, prior to the Kings Crossing Bridge in Memphis, our largest project let to contract to date in Tennessee was $186 million. This is a $1 billion project. This will be the largest project in our history. We leverage federal dollars through a grant to be able to deliver that. Really excited about it. Choice Lanes, I-24 project is moving forward on schedule. We are on schedule to get to commercial close towards the fall of next year. And we're also looking currently at other places where choice lanes may be beneficial to Tennessee in the future, and we can talk about that, as I'm sure there will be questions about it. That project is moving forward. We're excited about that. 26 miles of choice lanes between downtown Nashville and Murfreesboro. Again, transformative when it comes to not only addressing congestion, but having a potential revenue source to offset the cost. Just as a matter of scale for that, typically our historical construction lettings in a given year in Tennessee are $1.3 billion. That project in and of itself is, as we sit here today, is likely going to be in excess of $4 billion. So obviously the landscape has changed with regard to transportation in Tennessee, but it is a very exciting time. On the internal side, our EPIC initiative is moving forward. That's our internal reorganization. It stands for Empowering People and Influencing Culture. I'm happy to report that our new hire retention rate is over 90% or 97% right now. And most importantly to me, the turnover reduction has gone from almost 17% to just under 5%, which means we're getting good employees and we're able to keep them thanks to the ability to be able to fund positions, fundraises, and be able to have a challenging position and challenging team that people want to be a part of. So we're very excited about that. Lastly, I did want to mention that just so all of you know, you have the best equipment operators in the Southeast, if not the nation. One of the things we do every year is our equipment operators compete against 12 other states in the Southeast in everything from backhoe competitions to dump trucks to skid steers. And we are 11-time champions out of, I believe, the last 18 years. The other states hate us, but we're okay with that because we like to win. But this year we were able to win a back-to-back championship. Really proud of those guys and gals on that team. You do have the best operators in the Southeast, and we're really, really proud of them. Forward, one of the things on our main program we've talked to you about is starting what we finish. I wanted to share this with you. As you look back in time, what this graph represents is the percentage of projects that have been listed in our highway program and the success rate of how many of those we delivered in a given year. If you will notice, dating back to 2021, actually, I'll go back a little further. In 2020, I was Assistant Chief over Program Delivery, and we have an internal goal there. You see TDOT's annual goal of hitting 80%. We were nowhere near that. We were on the national average down there around 50%. Average for us is not where we want to be. And so we tore down our project development process and the structure around our organization, rebuilt it. In 2022, we hit 93% delivery rate. And in 2024, we hit 100, and we are estimated to hit 100% this year. To us, that is starting what we finished. That's delivering like we promised. And I will say it has been a remarkable job by the staff at TDOT to be able to be committed to this. Now, that's the good news. The other side of that is TDOT's budget is a fixed pie. We're about 50-50 when it comes to capacity and maintenance. When you are delivering the capacity projects, which is most of what you see here, obviously it puts a strain on your ability to maintain what you have. So that is always going to be our mantra, to be able to maintain what we have first, but delivering at this high rate with a fixed pie obviously puts strain on your ability to fund maintenance. We'll talk about how we've done that, but these types of delivery rates always come with trade-offs. So speaking of funding, one of the questions that was presented to us was discussion about federal funding and how that impacts us. This may be reviewed to many on the committee, but I wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of how dependent the state of Tennessee is from a transportation perspective on funding. If you look at the left side of that graph there in yellow, that is the portion of our budget that comes from federal funds. So the federal gas tax is at 18.4 cents a gallon. The last time that was increased was in 1993, and it was not indexed to inflation. And then on the right side, you will see the state gas tax, which was increased in 2017 and is 26 cents a gallon, but again is not indexed to inflation. So we have a revenue source that is flat with the costs of projects continuing to go up. One of the reasons it's important to give you comparison, with us being about a 50-50 state, federal and state, when we always look at comparing ourselves to many of our neighbor states and our peers as to how we're doing. I'm a big believer in what gets measured gets done. So if you consider, take Florida, for instance. Florida is 24% federal, with the balance of that being state dollars. Texas is 33%, 67 federal versus state. So in North Carolina, they're 75-25. So in all those cases, they are funding more of their program out of state dollars. And the reason that's important is the left side of that pie chart, the federal dollars, there's a lot of strings attached to those. So the flexibility of having those state funds allows states to spend dollars based on what those states' needs are. And with that, I mentioned federal reauthorization earlier, Tennessee is going to be at the table on the national level discussing reauthorization going forward. And one of our key principles is being able to have the flexibility as a state to determine how those dollars are spent. We are different from all of our neighbors. Every state has different challenges. One of the things we are very, very laser focused on is making sure that the state has the most flexibility possible to be able to use those dollars that come to us from the federal government.
Good morning. Preston Elliott, Deputy Commissioner over the Bureau of Planning. On this slide that you'll see here, I'm going to cover one of the items that you all asked us to present on. I'm going to cover the first three, the aeronautics, short line, rail, and state aid. Starting in fiscal year 2022, we received $50 million of non-reoccurring for aeronautics. $25 million of that went to the air carriers for their strategic 10-year plan projects, and the other $25 million went to general aviation for runway, taxiway, and pavement maintenance. The middle item there on the short line, in fiscal year 2022, you all provided us $85 million for the short lines. We completed a study in 2021, a needs study, and have been working with the 16 short line rail authorities across the state to utilize these funds. We essentially, there's been legislation, or excuse me, lawsuits around the TEF funds for rail. And so there was basically the inability to provide adequate funding for short lines. We've worked with the rail authorities in providing $20 million annually. In fiscal year 26, we'll exhaust the $85 million. The last program is a state aid. And as part of the TMA, this program normally receives around $21 million annually for the 95 counties as part of the state aid program. I'm happy to say that we've expended 85% of the $300 million, providing more than 2,000 miles of resurfacing across our state on our state aid program. Yes, that's it.
Good morning, Joe Deering, Bureau Chief, Operation and Maintenance. I'm going to speak a little bit about Blue Oval City. The $200 million general fund transfer that was given to us in 22 was really to focus on new infrastructure to the Blue Oval site. Somewhere around 2022, 2023, Ford changed their focus to have us expand the existing infrastructure. So to date, we have completed 3 projects. One is fully completed, and the other 2 will be completed by the end of 2025. That gives Ford their full access to the Blue Oval site along State Route 222. But with that, there are the other projects that still need to be completed. Those projects are in the development phase, but let the committee here know that additional state funding will be needed to finish those projects.
So obviously there's one big general fund transfer that hasn't been talked about yet, and that's the $3 $3 billion in the TMA in 2023, and then the additional dollars next year. So what I wanted to do, many of you are familiar, but I wanted to talk about our 10-year plan quickly. From our perspective, this plan gives citizens of Tennessee, as well as this body, the transparency and predictability about how we're going to spend our money going forward, and also how we prioritize that delivery. This plan was first issued in 2023, and then it gets updated every year. We look at it every year as things are dynamic and things change. It was last updated in the spring of this year. Initially, when the TMA or the 10-year plan was put together after TMA came out, there were 92 projects that were listed there. As a result of last year's general fund transfer, we were able to add 16 additional projects to that plan. And then I also want to acknowledge the fact that there is overlap between this plan and the IMPROVE Act. That's a question we get a lot, and I'm sure is one that will be talked about or maybe asked about today. But there are 76 projects that were in the IMPROVE Act that are also in this 10-year plan. And as we talk about projects, there are projects outside of this plan that are just as important. I want to make sure that we make that very clear. Just because they're not in this plan doesn't mean they're not projects that don't need to be built and they're not important. They're just right outside of that plan. This is the funding that we have, so we've identified how we're going to allocate it to those projects. So I'm happy to report to you that 34 of the initial projects that were in the plan have either been delivered or are currently scheduled to be delivered in FY24 and FY26. I'm going to ask, y'all had a question about capital improvements. Going to ask Joe Deering to address that.
Again, Joe Deering, Chief of Operations and Maintenance. The capital improvement budget is a little different than our highway and bridge budget. This program includes projects for things like salt bins, our new district buildings, replacing HVACs in our current buildings, and one that we're very proud of is the addition to the adult changing tables in our welcome centers and rest areas.
Preston.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Preston Elliott, Deputy Commissioner. I'm going to address the COVID relief funding that the department has received. There are three areas that we received them from: the Federal Transit Administration, Federal Highway Administration, and Federal Aviation Administration. The top one and the bottom one, as it relates to FTA and FAA, largely the department is a pass-through. These funds essentially go to transit agencies and airport authorities. So all of these funds have been obligated and are on projects. Relative to the Federal Highway Administration, of the $209.6 million, $182 million of that came to the department, and the remaining portion went to our large metropolitan planning areas, MPOs. Our funding of the 182, we put those on projects immediately. The remaining funds that you see available here, they are on projects just waiting to be expended. No new programs.
Okay, so before we get to questions, I did want to end with this slide and kind of show you progress of where we are with the TMA and the other general fund dollars. Again, I mentioned earlier, I'm a big believer in what gets measured gets done. And if you look at this graph, you'll see the dotted line across the middle there. That's what that is depicting is basically our 2018 spending levels with regard to contract letting. So what we're measuring in this graph is what we actually let to contract. That represents about $1.3 billion. So again, I want to thank this body and the governor for their investments in the infrastructure system in Tennessee. And this is where I want to show you really how we're putting that to work. We committed to having 90% of the TMA funds allocated to projects by 2029. We are doing that, and these numbers back it up. I'm happy to report to you that we are on pace to have our largest letting total in the history of the department this year at somewhere around $1.9 billion, which we're very proud of. So again, we are on track. You will see a couple of dips and spikes in that graph. One of the reasons that you see that is back in 2023, when we first got the TMA dollars, we took projects that were on the shelf ready to go and got those out to construction and let $1.7 billion in that year. You see the dip the next year. One of the things that we spend a lot of time doing is buying right away. We're one of the largest real estate acquirers in the state, if not the largest. So we have to buy right away to get projects ready to deliver. You can see that same sort of spike out there in 2029, which is when a lot of the construction dollars from this past year will be realized as well. So the reality of the slide, however, is you look out into the future in the forecast, once the TMA and last year's general fund transfer are gone, you will see that we will quickly return to 2018 spending levels when it comes to what we let to construction. So in a state that's growing at about 6.6 per year, we are very fortunate to live in a state where we have a high quality of life, good education options, and we are business friendly. What that means is a tremendous amount of pressure on our transportation system. I hope that you've seen here, we at TDOT are going to do everything to expend every dollar as expeditiously and as responsibly as we can. However, going forward, there is a discussion about funding that we're going to have. I appreciate all of your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. First on the list, we do have several folks. We will begin with Deputy Speaker Zachary. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you to you and your team for your investment in Knox County over the last couple of weeks. You came and spoke to the chamber. You update us as legislators, and then I know we have listening sessions starting on the 10th and the 12th. So our community looks forward to that. So we appreciate the consistent communication and kind of being out in front, addressing the massive issues we have in Knox County. A couple of questions specifically related to staffing and salary. I believe over the last couple of years, we have eliminated roughly 800 positions within TDOT for increasing salaries and kind of salary equity across your team. Can you give us an update on that? How has that impacted the team? What do those salary increases look like? And then what has that done to turnover within TDOT in general?
Yeah, so I guess the first thing, it's 810 positions, as you mentioned, that we have given back. It has put us in a position where when we're able to raise those salaries, we're able to be more competitive and bring in staff that frankly, a lot of people want. We compete a lot with the consulting community when it comes to talent for the department, and we've seen them raise their salaries. So I think that is an indication that we are attracting the best and brightest. Those increases have allowed us to do that. I will say that we are also more and more dependent going forward on the private sector to augment our staff. If you look at what basically equates to a $4 billion influx over the last several years into our program, obviously with whom much is given, much is expected. So we have increased our delivery. We have increased the competency of our workforce. I tell our folks all the time, I don't anticipate that we will see TDOT necessarily grow in size. We need to grow in competency and our ability to react to the market that's out there. We need to be good owners. We need to have good relationships with the private sector to make sure that we leverage those resources as much as we can, because the reality is the landscape has changed for us in Tennessee with regard to not only the size of the projects, but the type of projects we deliver. I think we're in a good place, sir. I think we are, but we've got to continue to evolve.
A couple more, if I may, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 1,286 positions have been vacant for the last 12 months. How do you feel that impacts productivity, or does that have any impact to productivity in terms of TDOT meeting demands and needs? And I say that with the preface of, I truly believe starting under Commissioner Ely and now under your leadership, it is a very different TDOT than it was even a couple of years ago, much more efficient. The graph that you showed about actually getting projects done compared to years past. So just fill us in, kind of update us about those positions that have been vacant as long as they've been vacant, and how is there any impact to TDOT related to those?
Yeah, I have our former HR director and one of my deputy commissioners, Ms. Delane Linville, here, and she can give you some specifics about those numbers. But before she does, here's what I will say. One of the things we do at TDOT, and frankly, when I came in 2014 and brought some other folks into the department who had been in the private sector, we do utilization planning with all of our staff. So just like you do if you are responsible for a P&L in the private world, before a position is filled, we require a certain level of analysis that shows how all the positions you have are being utilized. So we take a very strategic approach to before we don't hire just if we have a position. We hire if there's a need there that can be demonstrated with work that has to get done. And if there is the capacity to go and outsource that, if we can't hire somebody or aren't competitive, then we use that. But all of that is very systematic at TDOT with the decisions we make as far as filling any position.
So I'm Delane Linville, the Deputy Commissioner of Administration. We have done a few key things over the last 2 years to improve our ability to recruit and retain staff. The main thing we did with our civil engineer program is we opened up the ability to recruit people who don't just have civil engineering as a degree, but also come from the background of construction, concrete management, project management. So as we get to a point where our staff are soundly and squarely in these new positions, it is our plan at the first of the year to start an aggressive recruitment process. And as it's shown in our internship program this last summer, where we recruited over 70 people from 20 different colleges and universities. So I feel like TDOT is on course and on track to recruit some of the best and brightest. We're just now ready to get to that point.
Just one last comment, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, over the last couple of years, again, starting under Commissioner Ely, now under your leadership, you guys have raised the bar. And so that I just challenge you to continue to push. I think this committee would like to see you to continue to push alternative revenue sources. We had that conversation in Knoxville. I think that's something we need to continue to talk about and not just have conversations about it. We need to act. At dinner last night, we had conversations about what we affectionately deem the Hawk Plan and alternative ways to look at funding. The funding is there. We just have to be a little bit creative. So we look forward to working further with your team to be able to address some of these issues. But thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Hawk. You are on the list, and I believe your name was called. So we'll just go ahead and take you up now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has anybody heard that I've got a bill that might help take care of the situation? Commissioner Reed, thank you, and your whole team. Thank you so much, and the folks in the audience. I truly appreciate it. If we could go back to slide 11, I think I saw Jay working and this is in relation to funding. If we're looking at that both on the screen and on our laptop or iPads, the 29 year is the last banner year that we're looking at unless we do something more substantial in terms of funding. And I will talk a little bit about where we've been with the $3 billion Modernization Act fund that we put together, the current budget that we're in now, the $1 billion general fund transfer that we've put in. That has been huge. And as we talked about the Kingsway Bridge as well as our Hurricane Helene relief, those two influxes of cash right there have allowed us to pay cash for some of these projects. The bridge projects in our area of Northeast Tennessee alone were in the tens of millions of dollars, creeping toward $100 million plus. And I'm lowballing this, it's probably in the hundreds of millions. But could you talk about just the value of having cash on hand to complete those projects?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the question. It's, well, first off, it's huge to have the cash on hand, but what's even more important is the flexibility of the state dollars. I can't emphasize enough all of the federal dollars that we have various strings attached to them, and I don't mean to insinuate that all of those are negative, but the reality is many of them take a lot of time. For instance, and not just time, but again, have various eligibility. So, for instance, if you look at the federal side, Jay, if you can go to the pie chart that has the breakdown of the dollars. That federal side of the House, the eligibility requirements are very, very restrictive on what those different pots of money in the federal program can be spent on. And at any given time, we have upwards of 80 different pots that make up that left side of the pie chart that have different eligibility associated with each one of them. So for instance, the only thing we can really use out of the federal dollars in our maintenance program is resurfacing. So when it comes to cutting grass, it comes to unclogging pipes, it comes to putting in guardrail, that all comes from the state side. Okay, so the flexibility associated with the state dollars is one of the things that really is a force multiplier for us. But as far as cash on hand, I talked to my counterparts in North Carolina quite a bit, Chairman, and our ability to have that when Hurricane Helene hit, is huge. When you're not reliant on getting reimbursed, I mean, they have had to pull back a tremendous amount of projects out of their program just to be able to react to what they have to do to get their system back. We didn't have to do that. Because we had the cash, we could keep those other projects on track, moving towards construction, and then get the reimbursement, which I'm happy to say we have gotten reimbursement, but we didn't have that lag in time. That's the flexibility the cash gave us.
Chairman Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. And just to add to the commercial a bit more, what we're looking at, just the broad discussion of general fund dollars, but more specifically sales tax dollars that would be generated by the sales of vehicles is the plan that was referenced by Speaker Zachary a few moments ago. That has a natural indexing in it as well. We're looking at a $42,000 car this year is going to be a $44,000 vehicle next year. So there's a natural index in that will allow us to grow even more than that. So I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I appreciate that. And I think that we've got a real opportunity to better address, and as the states that we mentioned, Texas and Florida in particular, that investment of general fund dollars is going to get us closer to that 60-40 break, not even the 67-33 break that Texas has, and obviously not as close to the Florida break of 75 general fund state dollars to federal dollars, but it gets us closer to that and helps us move to get those backlog projects off the list. So thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good to see y'all. I have two questions that kind of work together. First question I have is that, Commissioner, we were there together when Secretary Sean Duffy came in, pledged quite a bit of money after the hurricane. We still have major issues on I-40 going through and some other areas. So my first question is, how are we receiving all the money from the federal government that they said they would give? And then number two, has this government shutdown, or the Schumer shutdown, has it impacted the money that flows to us here in Tennessee
So the
for
answer,
our highways?
Sorry. So the answer to the first question is yes. We've received, we still have some outstanding, what they call DAFs. They're just disaster forms that we have to fill out to get reimbursed. We have a few of those outstanding, but those are all in process. We have gotten the dollars that we have expended. As far as the shutdown, I have Natalie Kristoff here, who is our new CFO. She and I talk about this on a pretty regular basis. Right now, we are in good shape. Federal Highway is still an essential agency. That they're paying our bills. But I would be less than candid if I didn't say that the longer this drags on, it gets more and more concerning for us, because as you saw the pie chart, it's 50-50. We're in a good position right now because of the fiscal responsibility of this state. Some of our counterparts can't necessarily say that, but we think hopefully we need something. If something doesn't change by the first of the year, that's when we're going to start getting really concerned. But we're planning for that. We're addressing that. We hope that it will get resolved soon. But right now, as we sit here today, we are in a good cash position because of the decisions that this state has made.
Good. Chairman Faison?
I'm good.
All right, next on the list, Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously an issue that we've dealt with for years is how to properly support our airports, not just our big airports and international airports, but all of our local airports as well. And looking on the first page, there are a number of airport terminals and runways and everything that we have focused on. Specifically since 2022, there's been over $200 million appropriated for the Transportation Equity Fund, a good investment in my opinion. But what is the current state of our airports, both commercial and general aviation?
So I'll let Preston speak to this, but before I do, I think in general terms, our general aviation airports and our airports in general are experiencing the same level of, I'll say, pressure on their facilities as we are on the surface transportation side. They use a lot of the same materials. They have a lot of the same challenges at the federal level as far as funding is concerned. So they are experiencing a lot of the pressure on their system that we are in the surface transportation world. Preston?
Yeah.
Preston Elliott, Deputy Commissioner. Leader Lambert, thank you for the question. As you're aware, we do take great pride in supporting our aviation system in the state of Tennessee. We have over 71 general aviation airports and 5 air carrier airports. And the needs are great. They do far exceed our availability of funding that we have that comes into the TEF funds, which has essentially been zeroed out. And as you noted about the contributions and commitment to that, I say this, in 2021, we conducted a statewide aviation plan looking at both general aviation as well as air carrier. Tremendous economic return on investment for sure in terms of commercial activities relative to tourism, business, freight, and so forth. And we also see that at the general aviation level. One thing I will tell you is that it is a little bit challenging for our partners in the sense that this is not reoccurring funding. And so the ability to plan for airport improvements is basically year to year. Even though that they do have a long-term capital improvement program, they're not necessarily assured what level of funding will be there. The 2021 plan for state of good repair put that number at about $50 million for general aviation in terms of state of good repair. Much like on our highway side, in which we've presented numerous times over the last couple of years, inflation is really had an impact not only on the roadway side, but also airports. And we're seeing that as well. So the state of good repair number that we're now seeing is roughly $75 million needed for the general aviation opposed to the 50. I think that you have seen both the commercial air carriers with their strategic plan. Their number is probably about $125 million annually. So I hope I answered your question in terms of the needs that are out there.
Yes, sir, and a much longer conversation for another time, but that is a very good snapshot, and thank you for diving into that. And I'm going to get back to the inflationary pressures here in a moment. But obviously under the IIJA, with some AIG-related projects, there's $14.5 billion that was put out there for competitive grants. Where are we on those projects, and kind of what's the status there?
So I'll let Preston speak to grants too, but I will say that last year was when we got the grant for the Kings Crossing Bridge. That was the largest grant we had received in the history of the state at almost $400 million. We are going to be, we have been and continue to be extremely competitive when it comes to pursuing those grants. We actually have an internal process where we have a go, no-go process whenever a notice of funding opportunity comes out from the feds with regard to how we're going to pursue that. Whenever we have discussions with elected officials, both at the state and federal level, one of the things we talk about is we want to be strategic in going after those grants in projects that we already have in the 10-year plan or are on the horizon, with the idea, you heard Commissioner Ely talk about it a lot, and I'm a big believer in it as well, is leveraging. How do we leverage those dollars that are available to be able to couple with state dollars to get a project delivered?
Well, and specifically, and this may be what you're about to hit, but that's under the larger kind of umbrella of grants there. But with the AIG grants, I mean, there's $14.5 billion that was put out there as that we could compete for. Do we have a list of those projects that we actually either bid for or that have been awarded?
So you're referring to IIJA? Is that, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. So
I said it quickly. I apologize. That's a Cottontown accent you're hearing, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I can give you the stats on what we have achieved since then, and then I'll answer your question about like the hit rate, I guess is what you're really kind of asking us. So as the commissioner stated, we chase the larger grants. We don't really are not interested in the smaller ones because the complexities of the requirements to them become quite challenging. So obviously the one that we've hit on is the I-55 Mississippi River Crossing, the largest single grant for the state of Tennessee. But the grants that we have pursued since 2021, the department has received, have been successful in achieving over $500 million in discretionary grants. Some of those projects relate to, for example, the Smith County I-40 truck parking. So we're able to add funding to that. We do partner with our cities and counties across the state. I would like to report that they have been successful in partnership with us, about $194 million. Let me give you a couple of example projects on that. So Wilcox Bridge in Chattanooga is a good example of a partnership. We also have smaller grants around $20 million in Morristown and Dunlap as well. But we work in partnership with our communities, where, as the commissioner stated, leveraging dollars. So in total, in the state of Tennessee, we've seen over $863 million in discretionary funds. That's over and beyond the chart that we have shared with you relative to the federal dollars that come to us. Our transit agencies received about $127 million of that $863 million.
Leader, if I may.
And Mr. Chairman, again, one quick follow-up, again, specifically just on airports, though. Were those smaller grants that we didn't pursue then, or, because I know part of that is specifically under AIG?
So, okay, yeah, that's what, yes, sir. So the ones that
I tried to start with that, I apologize. I know you're hitting some of the big grants, and we appreciate those too.
Yeah.
But I want to focus just on airports if we can.
Now I understand your question. I apologize.
Mistakes on my part. Go ahead.
So I don't have that information on the hit rate and success rate on the airport ones there, but let me get back to you on that.
Thank you.
All right, next on the list will be Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Chairman Hicks, and thank you all for being here. I've got a few questions about interstates, in particular the Choice Lane project that is on I-24, goes through Rutherford County. I've heard that you've received a number of bids for the choice lanes, and I guess I wanted to start by asking how many bids you've received.
So technically, well, first I'm going to ask Brian Ledford, our Director of Major Projects and P3 Program, to come up and speak specifically, but we have not received bids yet. We have not taken bids yet. We have several developers that are qualified, and we're going through that procurement process as we speak. I'll let Brian speak more of that.
That's correct. We shortlisted from 5 teams that responded to the request for qualifications, shortlisted down to 4 teams, which is a big number for this type of project. A lot of these projects struggle to get to the finish line with 2 bidders. And so we have 4 active teams. They're all very active in the pursuit of this project. So we expect to receive bids in the late spring, early summer, make a selection of the best value proposer, and achieve commercial close by Q3 of next year.
Okay, and of those 4 or 5 teams, are they fully domestic, or do they are they international or include international components?
These teams are, they're made up of a consortium of international, domestic, some local contractors are working directly with some of these teams. So it's really a mixture.
Okay. And then I think the last thing I want to ask has to do with when you're awarding these projects, how you use assessments of past projects in those awards. And I'll just kind of come up with a recent example, or an example that comes to mind. It seems like one of the new bottlenecks in the state is when you're coming into Tennessee from Georgia and the interstate split. For many, many years, the original interstate, if you wanted to go to Nashville west, you'd get in the left lane and go left. And if you wanted to go to Knoxville, you'd get in the right lane and go east to Knoxville. And then a couple of years ago, we redid the whole system, and now it's flipped. If you expect to go left or west to Nashville, now you need to be in the right-hand lane. Mm-hmm. And if you think you're going right or east to Knoxville, now you need to be in the left-hand lane. And I suspect that confuses drivers. At any rate, it's now much more of a bottleneck than it was before, whatever the cause. And so I guess my question is, do you review projects like that after you've completed a project to see if they're represent an improvement or if it actually represents a bigger bottleneck than it was before when you award new bids? So when you look at who engineered that?
Yeah. So I'll speak to that. Actually, we reviewed that and we approved it. We approved it because there's a couple things to think about here. That was a design build job where we actually work with the contractor. They make a proposal, and something to remember about that particular project is it has another phase to go. Anytime you inject something different in front of the traveling public, you're going to have an acclimation period. I remember when we did our first diverging diamond in Alcoa, Tennessee, we had people in the department that said, I don't agree with this, it's never going to work. And we had drivers that were confused. It's now one of the most highly functioning intersections in the state, and we've put them in all over the place. It's the same thing about roundabouts, self-included. I used to be a fairly anti-roundabout. I thought it was just an excuse to put landscaping in the middle of a perfectly good road. But the reality is drivers adapt to that, and they are very safe alternatives to intersections where left-hand collisions or right-angle collisions from left-hand turns are extremely unforgiving. So one of the things we have to make sure we do a good job of is explaining to the public, to your point, how that is going to be different. But yes, when when it comes to the engineering of a project, we're engaged in that from the beginning, whether we design it in-house or in that case, it's a design build job. We actually approve that. We approve that design and feel like once the entire build out of that corridor is done, it's going to function better in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, next on the list, Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I'm a little, I have so many things going through my head, but initially I would say National Lampoon's European Vacation is probably the reason why we all hate roundabouts, but I don't know why I can't get it out of my head, but, you know, there's Big Ben in the Parliament. But the question I had to go back to aviation-related stuff, I wanted to say, first of all, very unique in what we have with TDOT Aeronautics. That division there is, I guess I'm one of the few people that deals with them. Phenomenal group of people. Their ability to do that, my only wish is that they could manage the Big Five because the FAA right now is terrible. And they're doing a phenomenal job. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say what a great job that his team is doing there. I will say back to aviation, though, this body did 3 years ago, I think, a little over $50 million recurring we invested because we heard from our Big Five airports about the need to have a recurring revenue stream. I think it was stated that we didn't do that, particularly because it allows them to draw down more of those federal dollars that Leader Lambert was talking about. Those in excess of $55 million recurring was extremely important to the Big Five airports in order to do that. I think a lot of the success that you've seen, particularly in Nashville, because the influx of tourism and travel there is in great part to our ability to be able to draw down those funds. I think it's important that we continue that. My only concern with that is that is $55 million recurring 3 years now not enough? Is that maybe what the question might be?
Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah, and so it'd be interesting to know what that might be. The purpose of this group really is to kind of do a backwards look. I will say, though it is important, though, I suspect that Aeronautics Division is also talking to them about several years ago we made an investment in order to do a direct flight to London. I was one of the people that was very suspicious of whether or not that would happen, whether the benefits of there would be great. If you talk to ECD, they say it's phenomenal. So, and so I stand corrected on that. I do know that Aeronautics is also looking at the possibility of extending a runway at MNAA for a direct flight to Japan. Our governor is over there right now. I think it's a really important part that we should be looking at as it relates to ECD and the investments, particularly that Chairman Baum referenced yesterday about $550 million new dollars or $1 billion new dollars of investment in the states. I think that would be an integral role of how much money we actually seek to gain as it relates to the state. And so that being said, with the federal shutdown and the challenges associated with that, you and your staff came to my office. You talked to me a little bit about it. You being at the helm for the first time as it relates to federal dollars, I was hoping maybe that you could share with this body about what you plan on doing and what that process looks like going forward as it relates to those federal dollars and how you might see the federal shutdown impact us going forward, particularly since in no other department of state government do we, maybe except for healthcare, do we rely so heavily on federal dollars as it relates to delivering roads?
So appreciate that, Chairman. There's a lot there. I think as far as what we plan to do, the best thing that we can do is perform with the dollars that we have, and we're doing that. We're showing what a state DOT can do with the dollars when they're made available to them. But more specifically, one of the first trips I made when I got this job was the U.S. DOT Secretary Duffy and his staff called all of the CEOs of all the states to D.C. to meet with them to talk about priorities. And what I can tell you is that we are going to be in that conversation because we feel like we have shown in Tennessee what strong fiscal management can do and what being good stewards of the transportation dollars can translate into if you have that flexibility. And one of the big things on our list I mentioned earlier is give more of that flexibility and the decision-making authority to the states. Look at streamlining the NEPA process. It's one of the long poles in the tent when it comes to being able to deliver these projects on time. And to your point, talking about on time, it is absolutely imperative and a key driver of economic success when it comes to investing in the transportation system, whether that's surface or aviation, as you alluded to. There are direct benefits from doing that. So we're going to be at the table through our AASHTO organization that we're a member of. I currently sit on one of the boards. We have staff members throughout our agency that sit on all those various boards. I make it a big point to our staff that if you're not at the table, you're not getting to eat. And so I think what we need to be able to do is show at a national level what we're doing in the state of Tennessee to make transportation what it can be for the citizens we serve.
Okay. Thank you. I will, back to the P3 partnership, what we're doing there, obviously as we try to add people as it relates to those projects. Chairman Baum did reference this a little bit earlier, but I don't know if statutorily it's a requirement or not, but you know, this General Assembly has acted where we didn't want foreign businesses to purchase property in the state. We've kind of led the nation a little bit in that sector. I guess my question is there a clearinghouse or a discussion with the Treasurer's Office or the Comptroller's Office about any of the concerns for those international companies or countries which may be involved in these P3 partnerships to ensure that we aren't getting in a long-term relationship with somebody that's not necessarily has our best interests at heart?
Yes, sir, Chairman. As a matter of fact, and we have our legal counsel, she's somewhere, she can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are provisions in the legislation that was passed that require that there be a clearinghouse for exactly what you said, and that I'll call it the bad actors list on the federal level are not allowed to participate in those activities in Tennessee.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next on the list, Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, good morning. I've got a couple of things. To start out with, Sandy Hook community, south end of Maury County. There's two ways into that community. On the, I guess, north end technically is a bridge. It's been closed since July that y'all are working on. And then you got the south end, which is Old 43 Lawrenceburg Highway, I believe is correct. Heard a lot of different things about that bridge being closed. The only way out essentially now in this community is up this pretty steep hill. When is that bridge going to be done? I've heard fall of next year. I've heard
so there is a long history with that particular bridge. I'll get the latest information and get with you specifically about that. I don't have that in front of me, but I will get you that information.
All good. I appreciate that. And, you know, if that is going to be later on in the next year, I would just ask that y'all please work with Maury County local governments and get some special attention to that, especially when we get snow and ice. So
yes,
that would be great. I know y'all do that. My second thing, and I don't know who's controlling the Jumbotron up there, but the June Lake situation, 65 North. There have been times that I can go from my house in Summertown and get to Memphis, which is 110 miles further than Nashville, or Birmingham, which is 100 and something miles further from my house than Nashville. I get there quicker. That right there, in my opinion, has made the problem 10 times worse. The bottleneck is not now, it's not from Columbia to Brentwood, it's from Columbia to Broadway. It's terrible. What are we doing?
I really appreciate the question.
Yes, sir.
Because, so for the longest time, one of our approaches, we're a pay-as-you-go state. We pay for projects when we can, and obviously we can't afford to address an entire corridor. Yes, June Lake is the poster child for what happens when you think that an interchange in and of itself is going to fix something. Okay, so when Spring Hill went after a grant to get that project, and they were successful, TDOT put money into that. Okay, so you get a grant. One of the things we have to do whenever we touch the interstate is we have to do an interchange access request. Okay, or interstate access request. Part of that process requires you to look at parallel corridors. It requires you to look at the interstate system proper in and around that interchange, and you have to make commitments to funding the improvements, because remember, these interstates work as a system. There was a lot of political support behind that grant. Okay, a lot of people saying we need this interchange. Well, what we did, we put that interchange in. We did not follow through with funding those other commitments on 65. So what you see on your screen right here is before the June Lake interchange was put in. Yeah. There it is today. Yeah. So you are exactly right, which is why we have changed the way we focus on prioritizing projects in Tennessee since I became chief engineer. We are going to look at corridors versus just taking our fingers and toes and plugging them in the dike. Because what you do is you just move the problem somewhere else. So we have 4 what we call PELs. They're planning and environmental leakage studies going on all over the state. One of them is I-40 West corridor in Knoxville. One of them is I-65, which includes the interchange you're talking about. We're looking at 24 in Chattanooga. And the reason we're doing that, and we're looking, of course, at I-65 here, the I-24 as part of the choice lanes. Interstates operate as a system. If you just treat one symptom, if you just address the local traffic in June Lake and coming out of Spring Hill, you haven't cured the disease. You just took that traffic and put it on the interstate between 2 system-to-system interchanges, and it didn't address the issue. It just moved it to a different place. So our process going forward is to prioritize these interstate corridors to address the situation up and down. With the amount we're growing in Tennessee, if we continue the old way of just addressing it piecemeal, we're never going to solve that problem. We've got to look at the interstate as a whole. So I'm happy to tell you that we are currently in that process on I-65. But just to give you as a matter of scale of the improvements we're talking about to cure the disease, we're talking about hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of dollars. So it goes back to how we fund transportation. But we are in a position, I would submit to you as your commissioner, that we have to have that conversation if we are going to solve those transportation problems, because one interchange here or just addressing local traffic is only going to move the problem somewhere else.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was an excellent explanation. I know now I can go back home and explain that to folks. That was great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I'm serious. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And folks, we do have several people on the list, and we are going to get to you. I just want to make sure that I let everybody know we have entered into the lunch hour, and we do have to be back at 1 o'clock. So just keep that in mind. As we get to you, just keep that in mind. And again, I'll ask our presenters, please keep the questions if you can just answer it, and let's move on. All right, let's move. Next is Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today, you and your staff. Maybe this is a little lighter note, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. When we talk about aviation, thank you for the Jackson-McKellar Airfield. I think what you folks done for us over there actually opened the gateway to the world, Jackson, Tennessee, and we're very appreciative of that. And I also want to thank you for all the projects. My district includes portions of Madison, Haywood, and Hardeman, and thank you for all the projects that you've worked on in those areas. Briefly, has there been any discussion about what might happen with Highway 76 connecting Somerville to Brownsville, adjacent to I-40, because that area is right in the Blue Oval area? Is there any discussion on that?
Thank you for the question. Just at a very high level, frankly, the discussion has been in and around what to do about the the additional improvements that need to happen with Blue Oval as a result of their production and when that's going to happen. You heard Joe talk about it in his comments. I actually, it's timely. I had a discussion with ECD and with the Mega Site Authority as recent as yesterday about bringing forward to the table to try and get some finality to what their plans were as far as production. That's really a key piece of information we need right now to be able to move forward.
Thank you for that, because I know that from what I understand, once they in full force, it's going to be a mass group of people in and out of Blue Oval. And I know the 76 highway and, of course, the 179, all of that's going to be a big connection. And I just wondered if there had been any discussion on what would happen once all that gets into place. But since that's a little way down the road and we are in the lunch hour, I'm going to thank you for being here and thank you for your answer.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Question on page 5. I'm going to be on 5, 6, and 7. On 5, you talked about the 100% where we are really doing great about completing projects. Is a lot of that due to the law we passed that allowed you to change how we design and get projects in and out quicker, faster?
I would say some of that is due to that, but largely it's a refocus on what our priorities are, and the change in philosophy to fund all phases of a project versus just the preliminary engineering right away or construction. Mm-hmm. And it's really generated focus. But alternative delivery, as you alluded to, that has helped us.
Okay. All right, thank you. On page 6, where you talked about the state and federal dollars that comes into the state, you made reference to some of the other states and their ratios. Mm-hmm. I'm curious, with respect to those states, are they pay-as-you-go states like we are, or are they bonding their projects? What are they doing with their projects?
It's a combination. They are not pay-as-you-go, but they have varying mechanisms for how they pay for their facilities. And just as an example, Florida does a lot of tolling, but every state has a little bit different way that they generate revenue for transportation.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then on the next page, we talked about Ford and Blue Oval City. I remember when this project was first started and we appropriated all the funds and everybody was really excited about it, and we still are. In 2019-ish, I think it was, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there were some improvements done to exit 42. The lanes were expanded and, life was good. And there was a small business after that, bought property, was about to build a travel center. And with Blue Oval coming, we was expected to, if memory serves me correctly, create another exit 38 or 39, somewhere down there. And okay, everything fine, good. Then Ford reversed its position on some stuff, and then we ended back at 42 to create some additional lanes. That had a huge impact on that small business. And they had invested an awful lot of money to do what it is that they were doing, and was hung up with TDOT in terms of approval and all this, doing everything you all were asking them to do. And eventually, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll be curious to know, TDOT ended up having to acquire some of their land in order to do the expansion that we needed to accommodate Ford. So could you give me a status on any of that, the impact on that business? I mean, it was just horrible in my opinion, and I understand why we needed to do it, but it was Ford that reversed course. And so now it's put the small business in a very tough situation.
So if I may,
Please.
speak, So that's what I was alluding to earlier when actually reached out to the Mega Site Authority as well as ECD this past week, because the lack of clarity with plans from Ford, and they have put out some additional information, met with them last week, but to your point, Leader Camper, the state has made significant investments in Blue Oval, and there are impacts to property owners there, which we take very seriously. So we are doing our part to, I can assure you, to push to get Ford and all of the players to the table to find out what are the plans going forward, because the public, acquiring right away is a very sacred thing. We take it very seriously. Folks need answers with regard to what the time frame is. So what I can assure you is that as long as I'm in this role, we're going to continue to push to get those answers and make sure that we know what their plans are, because you mentioned Exit 39. That is still on the table. We pivoted to addressing Exit 42, as you mentioned, as well as State Route 222. But what Ford is telling us now is they still see the projected traffic numbers that necessitated the exit at 39. However, we have spent $150 million of the $200 million addressing existing facilities. So my question is, where does the balance come from? We did this at your request. We've got to have a conversation about that. And that's where we are currently.
Thank you.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think, I think what I heard from, I'm sorry,
Joe.
Name is escaping me. That the department was expecting to come back to us for some additional funding to, in fact, achieve whatever their goals are, whatever it is we're trying to do. And that concerned me when I heard you say that. And I wrote down, okay, well then how much? Now how much more? What else are we going to be asked to do? And at the same time, I think that, and I drive a F-150, okay? I love my Ford. But at the same time, our small businesses are being impacted by this, and I don't know what we're doing to help them. And they're going to come back with some additional dollars that we have to consider. And I think that we are so deep into this project, it'll be very difficult to say, no, we're not going to do it, or we're not going to do, Exit 39 anymore. So I think we deserve some answers. And I think we deserve some more, thoughtful strategic planning, around this issue. And I can't wait for the first lightning to come off. I might trade mine in and get that one, who knows? But I'm concerned about that, and I wanted you to know that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to vent a little bit right there. So offline, when we leave, when this is over, I would like to talk to you about exit on I-55 coming from Mississippi. Exit, I don't know the number, I can't remember, but it's State Route 175 exit, Shelby Drive there. It's been some concerns brought to my attention from the residents in the community there. So can we talk about that after this? I won't eat up any more of anybody's time.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. And congratulations on your newfound position.
And I can assure you, we're going to stay on top of the Blue Oval from our standpoint.
I believe it.
All right. Thank you. Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep this short for the committee. We had talked a few minutes ago about leveraging federal dollars along with our state dollars. Can I ask you about leveraging local dollars? How does TDOT prioritize projects where local governments are willing to take or make major contributions?
Appreciate the question. It's a great one. We should have mentioned earlier, it was one of the I think on one of the slides, the statewide partnership program is the vehicle we have where locals can come to us. And it's basically kind of like open enrollment, if you will, but they come to us with a given project where they can either the obvious thing is putting up dollars towards it. But does it also help the state achieve its goals? Does it have connectivity to our system? We look at all the priorities that we normally would look at with ranking one of our projects, and then look at what they could bring to the table, and then rank those against other projects that are submitted by other communities, and then overall look at how many dollars we have, and then make decisions about how many state dollars we're going to put into that project. One of the communities you represent has been one of the most aggressive with regard to being part of that statewide partnership program, and has brought a lot of money to the table. That is what we talk about when we talk about leveraging. If we were to do, Mac Hatcher comes to mind, if we were to just be the sole funding source for Mac Hatcher, there are a lot of other facilities across the state that would rank higher with regard to statewide significance, although it's no less important to the community of Franklin. So we look at those on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if Preston, I know we were short on time. I don't want to belabor the point, but we have a process for ranking those projects.
Representative Reeves.
Yeah, just real quick, and I wrote down something you said earlier. You said if you're not at the table, you don't get to eat, and I'm glad you brought that project up, because we've got 2 submissions for Mac Hatcher where the city's willing to fund half of the project and basically double the state dollars, and they feel like they've brought the entree to the potluck and they're not able to eat. So we'll talk about that offline, but I appreciate that answer.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Representative Sparks.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a request from my mayor. I think Mayor Esther Reed out of Smyrna sent you a list about the choice lane and potential interchange right there at Rocky Fork Road. Smyrna's kind of done its due diligence with that road being improved, and I'm hoping if you could respond to her when you have time later this week. We speak of public-private partnerships, and you see the BNA tunnel. Have you visited Vegas to see the loop there?
I have not visited Vegas. Some of my staff has, and Joe here has gotten a very immersive tour.
What is the potential of expansion for something like that to something like Rutherford County, Smyrna, Murfreesboro? We're historically the fastest growing county in the state. I mean, just this morning, Dr. Baum and I were late getting in here. The help truck drivers have just been awesome. And to help that. They've even helped me a few years ago. And I'm always reminded of Commissioner Shore when we first got up here, a few of us, we did a tour. In fact, it'd be great if you could come tour Rutherford County and with y'all's, I guess you've got a bus over there at the main headquarters. And he shared a story with us. And he said he had a help truck driver. The salary is only $23,500. And he said that man, he was killed, I believe, on I-40. He said he gave his life for $23,500. And I know y'all been pushing for raises and stuff for some of that. But I just don't think the choice lanes are going to be the problem solver for our county. We're dealing with this all the time. I've been going down Murphy Road helping a nurse whose car keeps breaking down, and the traffic from the Laverne to Una area is just off the rails. You got people driving to the third lane or the center lane. You can't get Metro Police on the phone. 862-8600, call them and you'll be on hold for forever. Okay. Your challenges are enormous, but if you could maybe look at a tour of Rutherford County and get our leaders and just look at that. Smyrna has done, in my opinion, their due diligence. I know you're familiar with the project, and I know that other folks have questions, so listen to your response.
Yeah, so let me speak to first the Smyrna. Smyrna, they did send us a letter, and that's been entered into the official record as a comment for the P3 job. So there's a process that has to go through. To all those comments have to be brought in. So that's the reason why they haven't gotten a response from us yet. They will be getting an official response, and they have been great to work with. They are a community that does their due diligence. We look forward to working with them as part of that corridor. As far as tunneling or the choice lanes being the solution, I think that with the tools that we're given, that is just like the SMART corridor before it. We're going to use whatever tools are available to us to address the issue. I do think, and I would like to spend some time with you and show you some of the results of some of the managed lanes across the country and the success that they've had. It seems a little far out there right now with waiting on it to get here because I have traveled that corridor a lot and it can be frustrating. But I would say that let us spend some time with you and show you about that project and what we think it could do.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you certainly for answering all of our questions, all of your team. You all did a great job. And with that said, without objection, we're going to go back into session. We're back in session, and we stand in recess until 1 p.m. today. Thank you all. Commissioner, we broke a little bit late for lunch, so we'll be getting started here in just a second. All right, I would like to call the Finance, Ways and Means Committee to order to resume our budget hearings for today. And first up will be the Department of Safety and Homeland Security. And before we begin, without objection, we are out of session. We are now out of session, and I'd like to welcome Commissioner Long and his staff to the Finance, Ways and Means Committee. And without further ado, sir, we will control the microphones up here, so you'll be ready to speak when you are ready. And I'll just say this, we're trying to make sure we get a lot of folks on the list, so we're just going to ask everyone as they ask their questions and as you make your replies and your answers, just try to be as precise and as quick as you can so we can make sure everybody gets an opportunity to ask their questions. Commissioner, thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity. We know you always like to ask questions, so I'm going to be very, very brief in what I have to say. Respect for that time. We want to answer your questions and try to give you as much information as we can. Watching some of the others, I know there's 3 questions are always asked. I'll try to get those out of the way. We do not receive any COVID funds.
Good.
We did not or do not anticipate any loss of federal funding, and we have no ARPA funding. We've never received any of that. I have to say, if you don't mind, our great employees are hard workers and do a fantastic job and work extremely hard for the citizens of Tennessee. We want to thank you and Governor Lee for the past years of funding that you've given us. Just to give you an idea of what you've done in the past, you've given us 624 state trooper positions from 2019 to 2025. 127 Homeland Security agent positions. You give us an opportunity to finally have an interoperability system with all first responders by communications through our advanced communications network, where we now have 78,466 users, making up 167 agencies so far, and a lot more to go and a lot more to build out. I do want to say and remind everybody that a lot of times people, or especially the citizens, sometimes don't think about it, but we are a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operating facility and 365 days a year for our employees. We strive very hard on our partnerships with our federal, state, and local partners to make sure we're trying to work with them and do everything. Most of you remember you provided a school resource officer for every public and charter school in Tennessee. The sheriffs and the chiefs that apply for that grant are always complimentary, saying that's probably the easiest process in state government they've ever dealt with, and our employees are to be commended for that, making that as easy as it is. We're very proud, and the Colonel, I'm sure, will talk about it in any presentation he does, on the fatality rate. We're hoping and have our hopes up that if we can get through the remainder of the year on the current trend that it is, we're hoping we will have a 10-year low on fatalities in the state of Tennessee. And that's based solely because you have provided us the troopers to cover the highways and to work the traffic that is across our highways across. We spent a lot of time, as most of you know, our troopers did in East Tennessee during the Helene flooding. We had about 160 troopers per day in East Tennessee. I think there were 23,000 man hours that were worked during that unfortunate incident. One thing I have to brag about too, about our communications network, is we've already seen where it has saved lives by first responders who couldn't communicate, were in the swift water, couldn't get any rescue, and they were able to use the walkie-talkies that are on our system and were able to get help. The good thing I'm glad to tell you about is I had a meeting with the chairman of Motorola not very long ago, and the build-out was expected to take about 8 years. I got him to commit to complete our build-out within 4 years. And also doing that, we were able to get him to lock in at the current day price, not the future price. So we're committing revenue to buy everything that's needed to build the entire system out at today's price, and hopefully we'll save millions of dollars in the future by not doing that over that period of time. As I said, we've worked hard with trying to work with our local and other state partners, and we've reappropriated a lot of surplus property to our distressed and at-risk counties. We've given out just radios alone, approximately 2,000, to our local partners who couldn't afford to buy radios to be on the system. Real quick, most of you know the Memphis State Task Force is currently operating. We have a little over 100 troopers per shift around the clock in partnership with our other partners down there, and we'll try to answer any questions you have about that. I will remind you there's some litigation going on about the Memphis State Safe Task Force, so we may be limited on what we can say about some things, but we'll be glad to answer any questions. Mr. Chairman, we're open for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have several folks on the list. We're going to begin with Chairman Gillespie. Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, team, Colonel, thank you all so much for being here. I just wanted to start off and just give my kudos to y'all in the Memphis area. Everything y'all are doing, we're seeing the results in real time. People are driving slowly. People are observing traffic signals, which makes life less stressful, which, you know, at the end of the day, quality of life is the main concern here. Obviously, arresting the bad guys goes a long way, but just bringing our quality of life to a better part by having less stress, going to and from work, taking kids to school, and going to the grocery store is very, very noted. So please keep up the great work. And personally, I will do anything I can to help y'all with future requests to keep that effort up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Reeves.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, and Colonel Perry, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So I'm going to kind of take it a different direction a little bit. You kind of opened it up, so I'll take it. I received a constituent email with concerns about Tennessee's new digital driver's license law, and there's a variety of sources talking about this online, and I wanted to give you or someone on your staff the opportunity to address it clearly here on the record. And since this is the Finance Committee, I'll start with the dollars and cents. What are the total projected costs to implement and maintain the digital ID program? And then additionally, can you confirm for the record that participation in that is just completely voluntary and that the traditional physical driver's license remains fully valid and available to every Tennessean?
Absolutely. You going to answer?
Elizabeth Stroker, Deputy General Counsel for the Department of Safety, and thank you. And we briefly talked earlier on this, and so we're happy to clear it up. The cost for the system, currently it's going to be a no cost with the vendors that we're going to be working with to provide the digital license. So the taxpayers won't see an increase or added additional costs if they choose to get a digital license. And as you alluded to, it is 100% optional. If you are not comfortable with it, you do not have to get it. If a business is not comfortable accepting it, they do not have to accept it. So it is 100% optional, both for the customer and any business if they so choose to accept digital licenses or not.
Representative Reeves.
And can you just confirm where it is not applicable? I think we've talked about it's not applicable for instance, voting. Can you talk about that for a second?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. So this body made it very clear when that bill went through this past year that the digital license cannot be used for voting purposes. You still need your hard license, and Commissioner just pointed out as well, always still bring your hard copy with you because you may go somewhere that they don't accept the digital one.
Representative Reeves.
And some folks have raised concerns about where Tennesseans' information is stored and who's got access to it. So could you walk us through what personal data is actually collected, how long it's retained, and whether any location information is logged, and what safeguards there are to protect privacy?
Absolutely. So again, part of that bill that you all passed in this body this past spring puts a lot of those safeguards into place. There is a very robust security provision that mandates that anyone accepting a digital license, anyone contracting with our department to offer it, they are not allowed to keep, redisclose, sell, or otherwise distribute that data. We're in the contracting process right now. We're working with STS and their general counsel and STS team, getting all of those things worked out to make sure our top priority is that your data is secure. And so there is no direct interface with our system. So if you're someone who doesn't want a mobile license, no one's ever going to get your information just because you're not doing it. And so I want to make that really clear as well. And you all included provisions in the bill that restrict biometric data capturing. And so the only way that biometric data can be captured is that initial time when you have to, take that live photo of your face so they can confirm it's you and not one of your kids trying to download your license on their device. And so there's an explicit ban on geolocation as well. They cannot geotag, so they cannot track where you are with it. And so we, in consultation with you all, really put those standards into place based on what we've seen in other states, and we're very confident around the security of what the digital license is going to look like.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Trucker. I will say we talked about no one could require you to do it, but can a business require someone to use only a digital ID?
No, sir.
Okay. I had a question really about SROs. Obviously, this body and your department has been very particular about trying to improve school safety by providing an SRO, the ability for every school in the state to have an SRO. We did that by fully funding those 3 years ago. And over the years, I've noticed that there's been a little bit of a change in those. We did see a small decrease in the number of participants. Wondered if you could share with us why you saw a decrease. For instance, in my community, we would expect, based upon the expenditure, the monies appropriated, that number would continue to go up. And of course, we know that some places may not be able to afford to do that, or they're choosing not to do that. But that number going down was a little bit curious to me. I think it went down 8 or 9 folks across the state. Could you tell me why that is? And also, could you tell me, are there any jurisdictions that wholesale have said, or any areas that wholesale have said, no, we don't want these state dollars, and they're not applying for the grants?
Director Mays, you're recognized.
Thank you for the question. Greg Mays, I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Homeland Security. We did see a slight decrease from FY24 to FY25. It was 10 schools covered. We don't think that's indicative of a downward trend. In fact, for FY26, we're seeing the numbers go up from, I think, 1,368 and 25. We're looking at somewhere around 1,437 for this next year. So it is trending up. Why did it go down 9 or 10 schools? Best we can attribute that to is SRO retirements and difficulty at the local level finding a replacement. And we don't think that slight downward tick is anything to indicate it's a downward trend. We're adding a new county next year. Haywood County, that had previously not participated, is now on board. Your second question that was, were there any jurisdictions that wholesale do not participate? No, sir, I don't think so. We do have several jurisdictions that do not fully participate. And again, what we're hearing anecdotally just from our contacts is it's just because that they can't find enough officers to hire. So why ask for a lot of money up front that they'll just have to turn around and give back to us at the end of the year? So my view is that as law enforcement employment stabilizes and we bring more people on board, it will continue to grow the number of schools that we cover.
So for instance, like let's just take Nashville because we're in Nashville. But does Nashville fully utilize the SRO grant system for all of its schools in Nashville? I know in Putnam County we do. I just wondered if Nashville did.
Sir, Davidson County has 167 eligible schools in FY25, and 31% of those were covered in the SRO program.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I asked this question is really important. Now we're kind of, outside the honeymoon period as it relates to the SRO program and the grants associated with that. But one of the challenges of going forward over the next 3 years is going to be areas where the state budget is only going to grow at a minimal rate. We have made this commitment to our communities across the state to give them the assistance that they need. In this instance, we're reverting about $35 to $40 million back to the general fund for these funds that are on a recurring basis. I guess my question would be, do you feel like that given an increase from what you said, 1368 to maybe 1400, that the balance between 1400 and more, it would be, it seems to me like it would be in our fiduciary interest to not appropriate those funds if they're not going to be utilized so that we can do that?
Yeah, that's, I would say, a judgment call. My view is that the biggest reason that we revert so much money back is there are several jurisdictions that, like Davidson County, which I just highlighted, that are only funding some of their eligible schools. Mm-hmm. The concern I have is that they will want to fund more and more schools, and then if the money's not there, how would they get the SROs? If they, for example, if Davidson County decided next year to have an SRO in 60% of their schools, but we are only funding the 31% of their schools.
Yeah, I think wholesale change and maybe a leadership determination would only see a 30% increase year over year. You might have a particular school that was concerned about safety because of an event that might want to add those, which would be the reason to say, okay, we'll do it 1,400, know that we had 10% growth in there in case some entities wanted to add it. And of course, the Department of Safety could come back to us at any time and say, hey, listen, we had 5 requests last year that we weren't able to fill. We'd like to take those monies back. So it's just one of those things as we go forward, we're going to have to be more frugal with the dollars that we do have. And if those dollars are being underutilized, even though appropriated, I think it's in our best interest in order to do that. I did have one other question about the SROs. Have you seen that the dollar number that we're giving to those local communities? I know, for instance, in my district, there's a per SRO pool, if you might will, and of course, the Putnam County Sheriff's Office might not ask for the entire amount. My question is, have you seen that the amount set aside is sufficient for the request that you're currently getting, or is it undervalued per SRO?
Thank you for that question, and it's a good one. But the answer is it depends on where you are in the state. It's $75,000 per SRO per school. Mm-hmm. In some locations, that's not enough money to fund an SRO, a car, all the equipment that they use. In other locations, that is enough. Mm-hmm. I haven't heard a lot of complaints so much about the exact dollar amount of the funding. The most common issue that I hear about the SRO grant in general, about ways to tweak it, have to do with requests for multiple SROs at a school. Say you have a very large school with 1,000 or 1,500 students. The sheriff may want to put 2 SROs there, but we only fund one SRO, $75,000 per school. So it's I'm not sure how that $75,000 figure was reached, but it seems to work pretty well. Commissioner may have more since he was a sheriff and can focus in more, but I think we're in the neighborhood.
Okay. Does the department retain any administrative fees as it relates to the distribution of those funds?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman, that's it.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Next on the list, Chairman Crawford, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here with us today, guys. Commissioner, I want to go back to the Tennessee Advanced Communication Network that you were speaking of earlier. First thing is the investment of support and the amount of people that have issued the radios to or something. I heard 470, or what was that number?
We've reappropriated approximately 2,000 radios to the distressed and at-risk counties.
Okay.
We have 78,466 users, which are from 167 agencies so far.
Okay, thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. Let's talk about the timeline. When do you think we will be completely up and going, everything done? Do you have any projection for that?
Yes, sir. As I stated earlier, we have worked with Motorola. It was an extended period of time for the contract. We've reduced it from 8 years, I believe it was, down to 4 years. It supposedly is going to be built out totally within 4 years. And that includes 100, I'd have to look at the number, over 100 and something more towers to be built across the state. And that's what honestly takes some of the time, is the contracts for the property to put the towers on. If we are able to partner with a county or local agency that'll let us use their property, it doesn't take any time at all. But if we have to purchase the property and go out, then it takes a little bit more time for General Services to do a contract and get that property.
And by working that out with Motorola from the 8 years to the 4 years, I assume we're still on budget and all that?
We are on budget, actually probably a little bit below budget so far, and hoping to save you some money by reducing it from an 8-year to a 4-year and blocking it in at today's prices rather than future prices. We're hoping to be able to save the legislature money.
Thank you. Next question I have is when you get the build out done and all of our officers have received that, is there any discussion to allow like volunteer fire departments or emergency service personnel to be able to use the same system and be able to communicate back and forth?
That will be allowed. And matter of fact, we now are placing them in the emergency ambulance services. We're an ambulance service. We know we're saving lives because they're able to talk on the radio in the ambulance now to a trauma center and not have to wait till they get to the city limits of a major city with a trauma center to be able to talk to that doctor, surgeon, whatever. We're already saving lives by being able to do that.
So we can go back home and tell our constituents that this project right here will make Tennessee safer.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Next on the list, Representative Gant, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, and your staff and team that you've got here today. Appreciate y'all being here. And Chairman, if I can go back and forth with several questions.
Please, absolutely.
Okay. From fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 26, the number of troopers increased from 934 to 1,429, while state appropriations for the Highway Patrol increased from 107 million to approximately 278 million, which is about a 160% increase. What is the department's ultimate goal for the total trooper positions statewide?
They're controlling it. They're controlling it.
Colonel Perry, you're recognized, sir.
Thanks, Chairman. Colonel Matt Perry, Tennessee Highway Patrol. We had a little typo on I think the document we sent you. We're at 1,340 is our actual number. We've grown by just over 400. Yes, sir. So the total number that we've calculated is 1,600. Now that's at a we use a couple of different national sort of formulas for allocating manpower and needs assessment, but 1,600 is kind of a minimum number. It doesn't mean we're going to ask to get to that number. I'm just telling you that's the number that we think would minimally prepare us for the vehicle miles traveled in Tennessee, the population and growth, the licensed drivers, registered vehicles, all the things, plus some of the new things we've taken on. You know, we've done almost 160,000 school checks since 2022. So troopers every day are going, when their school in session, are going by schools, and just because we know it's the first line of defense, just being present is our way, the Highway Patrol's way to help deter, you know, a violent act. And so troopers every day in every county are stopping by schools. That's something when we started asking for positions was not on our radar, certainly not to the way it is. So 1,600 is a number, and it's the numbers that the 400 additional troopers, we're down 124 fatal crashes last year. We're down 131 today. Like Commissioner said, if we end the year like we've been going, and you know, we're going to have a historical year, and y'all know this. We don't typically have 2 years in a row down. I mean, we have a good year of fatal crashes. We have a bad year, or you know, an up and a down year. We're you know, this is and we had a down year, and then last year I told you down 124. The year before that we were up about 10, which is, I mean, it's still terrible, but it's negligible in terms of percentage. So we're really looking at, you know, our third and fourth good year in a row, because usually we might be down 80, then we're up 80 the next year. We're working the right direction. It's really simple math. Troopers stopping cars, as Chairman said, in Memphis, it makes a difference. It makes a difference across the state of Tennessee. Stopping cars makes everybody go, oh crap, troopers are out working today. I better slow down. I better put my seatbelt on. I better be more conscious. But you still see it. Since 2020, driving behavior is still bad. Impaired driving crashes and fatalities are up. So there's still a lot of work for us to do.
Well, that was a later question, so you just answered that one. So the presentation obviously highlighted the capital projects initiated by THP since fiscal year 20. Are your projects on time and on budget for completion?
They are on time. I probably shouldn't speak for General Services. Budget is complicated with construction supplies, materials, costs always fluctuating. When you approve us building one of our new district headquarters, then it takes time to acquire. Every place we're acquiring the property, and so those costs, I can't speak 100%. I know it's a long answer to budget, but sure, they're on time. Every headquarters is slated to be, everyone left is slated to be rebuilt. And those are, you know, the newest headquarters built in the early 80s. The rest are, you know, 50s, 60s. So.
Okay. Several initiatives were aimed at increasing the number of troopers in Shelby County, including recurring salary incentives. Have these initiatives been successful in increasing the trooper presence there in Shelby County?
They've been incredibly successful. I mean, we have troopers, for those in East Tennessee, we have troopers transferring from Knox. We just had, I think we've had 4 in the last year transfer, just young troopers that don't have any real ties and have transferred to Shelby County. 1, they want to work hard, and 2, the pay incentive. So we've gone from 8 troopers in probably 2019 to, you know, 75 positions now, and we're filling them, and we're making a difference. I mean, it's really simple. We're making a huge difference.
Okay. All right, I want to shift gears back to impaired driving, and then I'm done. you obviously just mentioned that impaired driving incidents and fatalities are on the rise. And in your professional approach to this, as you see it playing out across our state, what is it that we're not doing that we need to do a better job of that will help you guys in the role that you play in that?
Well, I appreciate that question. I think you're actually doing, this body is doing what it takes, and unfortunately it's just more position. There's a lot of education and things that can be done, but from a highway patrol perspective, we've got to go stop cars and do our best to remove impaired drivers. Obviously there's been a lot of media criticism, but our goal is to get every impaired driver on the road. There's no quota, all of them, everyone. And we can't, we have to do the best job on the side of the road of trying to remove somebody that's impaired. And in some cases, you know, those are close, but close people are, you know, sometimes the most dangerous. You know, you've seen it, the buzz driver, the person that's right on the borderline, the really crazy impaired people usually can't get down the road. The people that are borderline can drive a long ways before they end up causing a crash that ends up killing someone or themselves. And so our goal is to get all of them. And the good news is the court system, the whole process, judicial system works. If somebody comes back and we don't have enough evidence to prove it, they're found not guilty in court, and we did our part that day. There's no trooper out there that's taking people to jail that they don't believe are impaired.
Yeah, great. Last question, Mr. Chairman. The repeat offenders that you guys see out there, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sometimes 6 and 7 repeat DUI offenders, the legislation that we've passed in the last couple of sessions, I hope, will deal with that. Do you see these fatalities that are occurring involving DUI drivers of multiple offenses of a DUI?
I'm sure the answer is yes. I don't know that, Chairman, off the top of my head, but we'll come back with that. We'll get the answer to that. I'm sure there are some that involve multiple offenses by the same person, and the legislation I think will start to work over time. I mean, that's how people learn is sure mistakes and punishment.
Right. Okay. Great job. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Halsey, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. And Commissioner, you got excellent staff that work for you, and keeping up with that trend, you put on Mr. Baird back there, and that was a good thing to do.
Very proud of all of them. In the latest report that I can see, the wait times are decreasing for CDL issuance of licenses. In the last 6 years, the actual licenses issued went down 6,000. That's about 1,000 a year. This is the first question. What do you attribute that to? And the second question, I'm not a big fan of the federal motor carrier people, never have been. But you have people driving tractor trailers 80,000 pounds through the state of Tennessee who can't read or write. They can't read English. They can't understand English. What do you think is a proper thing to begin to look at to try and fix that or curb that or change that? Were you answering that? Who was? Were you answering?
Russell Shoup, Assistant Commissioner for Driver Services. Related to your first question, we have seen a downtick in the number of drivers wanting CDLs. I would just be speculating as to what that cause is. We would need to reach out probably to our truck driver associations in our industry to kind of see what's driving that factor. And as to the second question, I'll let Elizabeth cover it.
Yeah, and I think anecdotally, and I don't see the chairs of transportation on here, but I think that there just aren't as many people entering the industry. There are jobs they can get that don't require them to be on the road and things like that. But we can get with the Trucking Association and get you some more details on it. For your second question, so the federal law, the federal regulation around CDLs when it comes to English-speaking or limited English-speaking drivers, it is mandated that you have to be able to speak and understand English in order to get a CDL license. That is in the federal regs. President Trump and FMCSA reiterated that back in, I think it was May or June that we received that guidance that, hey, this is something you can put someone out of service for now. This is what you need to look for. You know, we're not going to tolerate this. And that really stems from the federal regulation actually mandates that all CDL tests be done in English. You cannot offer a CDL test in another language. And so if someone were to stop someone and believes that they don't meet that federal requirement of being able to read or understand English, they do have that option of putting that driver out of service.
That's good to know. Somebody from a license from Mexico, let's say. It's been a while since I've been in this business, but is that honored in this country so long as you can speak English or read English?
Are you talking specifically about a CDL?
Yeah, well, I don't even know what Mexico has, but I know there's a whole lot of folks come across the border driving tractor trailers.
So how the compact works is and it's a little bit difficult, so I'm just going to give like a broad without getting into the weeds. How the compact works is that if someone is just simply, and this goes for Mexico or Canada, if they are just simply coming into the country to deliver something, they obviously don't have to get a CDL for whatever state they are going to. But if someone were to be actually making runs within the country, so if someone were, driving from Memphis to Chattanooga on a regular basis, and not just delivering something from Canada or Mexico, they would have to get a CDL at that point. So it is pretty strict around, you can't just have a CDL from Canada or Mexico and be able to just drive freely within the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list is Chairman Boyd. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner and team. It's great to see you today. Appreciate y'all coming out.
Thank you.
Quick question. A few years ago, we had a pretty big expansion of the Homeland Security program. The governor wanted to try to get an agent in every county in the state. And I was just curious, do those agents get pay raises on par with the way the state troopers get them, or how is that done? Can you speak to that?
I will begin, and then Commissioner Mays want to add. Thank you, first of all, for the funding for those agents, because they've made a huge difference across this state. We began a beginning salary for those agents, and we never did figure in any kind of increase to bring them along as time goes along. There will be some proposals, I think, in the future to try to bring them up to current day standard. The troopers get a comparison study pay raise every year. The agents do not get any of that.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to for everyone's attention, and hopefully in maybe the next budget cycle we can address that and either get it indexed or try to find some funding to get them the raises that they need. I think their job's pretty important. Thank you.
I would love also, while you're on that topic, I wish, and we'll try to do this some way, to get you the employment sort of years of experience of personnel that we're hiring. I have been in it 52 years. I'm even amazed at the quality of personnel that we're hiring as Homeland Security agents who have had experience across the whole United States that are moving to Tennessee and wanting to come to work here. And the quality of personnel we got and the experience that we got is first rate. I'm really proud of that.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Vaughn. You are recognized.
Ciao, 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 Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Buonasera to, I'm sorry, I need to switch back to English. I've been speaking Italian for too long here. This hasn't got anything to do with the budget, but Commissioner and Colonel, I want to tell you that I've never seen anything raise the morale of law-abiding people in Shelby County as the increase in the black and tans driving on Memphis City streets. And so I've received more compliments from that with any state service. And as a result, I took personal credit for that. And so if y'all would back me up and let people know that Kevin Vaughn helped get those people here, I'd certainly appreciate it. And as an aside, this morning, I had an occasion to one of your young troopers introduced themselves to me around exit 99. I want to report a professional and courteous encounter. And as you say, traffic stops do slow traffic. So anyway, I want to let you know that your folks are on the streets. They are doing well, and we certainly do appreciate them.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Kind of hard to follow Commissioner Chairman Vaughn there. I want to ask you about road rage incidents. You know, we've had 2 people murdered in my district, Smyrna, right there. I think they caught one of them, and I heard that maybe he's contributed to some other shootings in that area. I shared earlier with the other department, I've been driving to Nashville from Laverne, Smyrna, giving this nurse a ride to Una, and I'd done an interview about the crime up there with Channel 4, and I was at the car wash at Una. Y'all know where some of that is right there, and I was doing it a Zoom call, and I was telling the reporter, if you don't believe this area is getting dangerous, send a reporter out here. Just let your cameras roll from Laverne to Una. And 5 days later, a police officer got beat up right there at that car wash. 5 days later, a female cop got beat up. Luckily, some bystanders jumped in and took care of it. You know, stop over at the fitness center. There was 5 cars broke into. You could see the glass windows just laying there. Liquor store, somebody tried to rob him. I think he ended up killing the 2 perpetrators right there. You're seeing people drive in the center lane, Commissioner. Total disregard for public safety, total disregard for school buses. Someone was doing donuts in the center of the road over there at their Nashboro Village. Motorcycles up and down the road, no license, no tags. Sometimes they do wear a helmet, but I've never seen this kind of stuff. And I often think the Lord had me purposely give her a ride, so I witnessed this all summer and in the fall. Her car kept breaking down, and shout out to Mechanics on a Mission who gave her a car, Commissioner. They gave her a car. It's a nonprofit. But what are we doing as far as communicating? And I had requested some troopers in that area, and I appreciate it, Commissioner, y'all having some folks out there. What else is being done to coordinate improvement on public safety with Metro? Because you never see Metro. I'm just being honest. And I said earlier, call 862-8600. You don't get them on the phone. You won't get them on the phone. What is being done to just really clamp down on that whole corridor? Because I don't think the National Guard needs to come into Nashville yet. But if the rest of Nashville is like this, then we need National Guard, because it's getting terrible through that district. But what is being done as far as coordination to improve public safety?
Colonel Perry.
Thank you, Chairman. So, and we have a great working relationship with National Metropolitan Police Department, and have for a long time. But they have a street racing task force. We assist in that. They're routinely doing operations. Now I know they move around town. They're not always in that corridor, but I'm very familiar with that corridor. I spent some time living in Nashboro Village with my father. We work with them routinely. Our aviation, they use their aviation. We work missions. I don't know the exact breakdown. I'll get you some of those numbers, but I think they're working it. I don't want to speak to where they are and aren't. For us, it's just a simple, we're trying to be everywhere all the time, doing everything. And just like in Memphis and Knoxville and Chattanooga and every other community in the state, it really just takes more of, there's not much you can do other than being present, as Representative Vaughn said.
Well, speaking of being president, how low are Metro on officers? Do you know? Anybody have that number?
I don't have that number.
Well, they're not on Murfreesboro Road, I can promise you. So thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Next on the list.
Mr. Chairman, can I?
Chairman.
Can I?
I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner, you're recognized. Sorry.
Representative Sparks, also, there was a bill, I think last session maybe, that talked about street racing, and we had a study of law enforcement agencies across the state and have made that recommendation to the legislature for maybe some hope on trying to help part of that. Also, we are in a partnership with Rutherford County, in particular on I-24 on traffic safety, and probably is one of the most successful across the state. So partnerships work. If we can get those partnerships We, along with the agencies in Rutherford and Murfreesboro and all of that area, I know on I-24, very concentrated on traffic in that area in particular.
Thank you. Chairman Hawk, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. And I was going to go down the road of racing as well. I know that Representative Gillespie has worked a lot in that space, and we do appreciate any feedback you can give us in terms of legislation that's needed. I don't know if it was discussed a few moments ago. My legislative assistant, she was taking her son to baseball practice in Rutherford County, and there were two motorcycles in and out of traffic and over 100 miles an hour, and they're no longer with us. And that's such a tragedy that I would like to see us stop. As we're talking about, impaired drivers are still a problem. I think that drag racing is still a problem. We're cutting down on some of the, and I don't want to call it a speeding instance simple, but some of those more easily addressed issues, but the impaired driving, the drag racing are still a huge problem. So we welcome any thoughts and any ideas that you have. I do want to go down the road of Ms. Stroker, congratulations on your promotion. We're proud, Commissioner Long, congratulations on seeing the value there. In that vein, Ms. Stroker, if you would introduce us to the committee to, and I've been noticing as we're talking, they're taking copious notes with both their left hands.
Good.
We have two left-handers out there. If you could introduce your our new legislative liaisons to us.
Yeah, and I want to apologize. I texted you earlier. I said I don't see anyone from the Transportation Committee in here, and the chairman is literally in front of me. So, so sorry about that. Yeah, so we have Graham Tudor, who's our legislative director, who is joining us from Commerce and Insurance. He started back in July, I believe. And then Chairman Doggett's not in here, but we were lucky enough to get permission to steal Ryan Baird from Criminal Committee Research. And so he joined us in August. And so we're very happy to have them. I'm still around, but please flood them with all of your things. Let them learn and get acquainted with our subject matters.
Thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Williams.
Thank you. I just, Chairman Vaughn's comments about what's happening in Memphis really are pretty amazing. But we see reports a lot about the coordination between your department, the other departments, both federal and state departments. One of the statistics, however, that I see in reports of what's going on there, things we expected were arrests or detainments and those kinds of things. But one of the things that the statistics that really take your breath away for me as a parent is that you're finding children that are lost. I wondered if you could share with the committee really, one of the biggest challenges or hurdles that we had in COVID is there was a period of time where there were 10,000 students that didn't return to school. And so in my mind's eye, a lot of times I'm thinking that these kids that we're finding are maybe students that ran away, and their parents didn't know where they were, or do we expect that what percentage of these are children that crossed the border, are children that were missing from the Memphis area, or were being trafficked? I wondered if you could share with the committee really what we're finding in the early weeks of that.
Colonel Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Williams, for the question. Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. I don't think when we started we thought we would deal in it's a lot of juveniles. I wouldn't say any really small children, but teenage, and I think the majority. I'm giving you anecdotal. I've read some of the most of them are runaways, or some of them are fleeing bad situations. So it's complicated, but it's approaching 100. In the short time that we've been doing this operation. So I think we're doing good work, and we're trying to get the resources. That's part of this too, is getting them the resources they need to thrive.
Anything we can do to help reunite families, obviously, is something that we want to do. As a parent, I can't imagine what it'd be like to have a child go missing, but I appreciate the work that you guys are doing together there, and if we can assist in these families getting the resources they need, it's definitely a duty that we have to do. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up again on some of the conversation earlier about drag racing and reckless driving, I do have legislation forthcoming that was filed earlier today that upon working with y'all, I believe it was Representative Sparks that had the legislation to create the task force that was convened last year. We are doing that, and I've been looking at some of the past performances of what it's costing in the incarceration aspect of those felony charges being on drag racers, and that the legislation that I'm presenting is going to significantly enhance that. And I just want to make sure that, since we're talking about past budgets here, that y'all feel confident with the amount of staffing and resources, stepping up that level of enforcement, not just with drag racing, but reckless driving and the requirement of instead of a citation being issued, that an arrest would be made. So I don't know if you want to touch on that right now, but just looking forward into the future and what y'all are already doing with the funding that y'all have, if you could just address that.
Colonel Perry.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Gillespie, for the question. I can't speak specifically to funding, but I can say just, anecdotally, not even a couple of people in my trips to Memphis in the recent weeks are saying, I didn't let my teenager drive on the interstate. I didn't let my wife, husband, significant other drive on the interstate, and I do now. So just what we're doing, the bills that are currently, the law that's currently in place, but troopers stopping cars and being out there, I mean, it takes longer to get to where you're going to Memphis. I'll say that, but that's a good thing. We're making a difference.
Chairman Gillespie.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Long.
Can I add, please? Chairman Gillespie, you may want to also look at fleeing, on maybe adding that to. We're seeing, especially Metro has reported, a large number of pursuits that they're doing on people who they pursue 4 and 5 times, and trying to increase punishment on individuals who have chosen to run from the law numerous times, even looking at maybe starting the license plate system some way where it records, so another community will know that that individual was just in a pursuit a few minutes ago. So I would ask you to also look at that, if you will, please, in your legislation.
Chairman Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would love to work with your team on that. If y'all could, whoever's listening, to touch base on me with that next week.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I have no one else on the list. Thank you very much for your thorough presentation. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how many more budget hearings we'll have the commissioner for in his current role, but after 52 years, I just want to say thank you. You've been a dear friend for a long time. Thank you. And there's always a chance to bridge the gap to the next administration, Commissioner.
It's my honor to get to do what I get to do. Thank you all for your support, and thank you for everything.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, for you and your staff for not only being here today, but certainly for what you do for the great state of Tennessee. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to our next group of presenters. It will be the Department of Education with Commissioner Reynolds. So hopefully they are outside the doors and ready to come in and begin the presentation.
No, I don't want it. But that's.
So, Commissioner, welcome. Certainly good to see you and your team. We will, just a couple of just side notes here, we will actually control your microphone, so you don't have to worry about that if you'll just be sure to be recognized, and then your light will come on and you'll be ready to proceed. If you would, please begin by introducing yourself and the staff that you have with you, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having us. Do we have our slides up? Well, I'll go ahead and get introductions started. So good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the great work that's been happening over the past 6 years here in Tennessee. My name is Lizette Reynolds, and I'm Commissioner of Education for the state of Tennessee. Joining me are my colleagues Sam Piercy, Marianne Dursky, Sam Piercy, Deputy Commissioner, Marianne Dursky, Chief Financial Officer, Jonathan Criswell, Chief of Programs, and Christy Brown, Chief Academic Officer. We want to start this conversation by discussing how things have shifted since 2020 due to the investments made by Governor Lee and you, the General Assembly. These are investments you should be proud of, as each dollar represents your commitment to the future of our Tennessee classrooms, including our educators, our students, and our families. And while we will be highlighting celebrations, we also want to acknowledge that there's still work to do. But thanks to the hard work your school district and charter school leaders have done across this great state, the work is both ongoing and achievable. First slide. First and foremost, since 2020, Tennessee students have made meaningful gains in literacy and math. And when I say meaningful, I mean that while students reaching levels of proficiency in all content areas has been slow and steady, it is even more important to note that the number of students that are below expectations are at the lowest it's ever been. And due to your financial support, school districts and charter schools are rising to the challenge of ensuring that the future of our students includes reaching their fullest potential as educated, civic-minded, and workforce-ready adults. You have invested in our educators, setting them up to be champions of student learning and success. Without them and without their service to our students and families, we would not be where we are today. And while this work will never stop, there will always be challenges to tackle and hurdles to jump. The opportunities you have provided to all of our students, regardless of their personal circumstances, their socioeconomic status, or where they live, are real. This slide represents our then and now, providing an important lens into the value of the progress of those investments you and Governor Lee have made to date. Coming into 2020, students ranked in the top 25 of all states on the 2019 National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, in grade 4 math. However, in 2024, Tennessee students ranked in the top 25 in both grades 4 and 8 in both reading and in math. It's an incredible achievement given that, unlike some other states, Tennessee's cut scores on its assessments track tightly with what we consider the gold standard for understanding student progress in our great country. And while we still have some states at the top of the ranking, our southern states, especially in the Southeast, are fast gaining traction on those states, which have student populations that are a lot more homogeneous than ours. On the next slide, I will dive more into the specifics of those investments, but let's hit the highlights first. First, since 2020, we have seen an increase in recurring state funds of $2.3 billion, over $1.2 billion in one-time state investments, a steady federal investment of $1.3 billion annually, and a $3.9 billion in one-time federal COVID relief funds. Next slide. This slide delves more deeply into the highlights of the state dollar investments. Just please note that these numbers exclude our administratively attached entities. As mentioned earlier, you and Governor Lee have added over $2 billion in state recurring dollars to the state's funding formula, which includes $578 million in educator salary increases, over $150 million to support school choice, and over $100 million to support specific academic, career, and military readiness initiatives. And in addition to these recurring dollars, you have also championed several impactful one-time investments, including supporting innovative education to workforce pathways, providing an additional bonus payment to all our teachers, And critically, funding over $100 million in school safety initiatives to protect our students and our teachers so that they can focus on learning and instruction. However, the most important theme of these investments is that these dollars go straight into the communities that you all serve. As exemplified by our fiscal year 26 budget, 98.67% of funds you appropriated go directly to our schools, our families, and our education partners, all of whom have contributed to the direct benefit of our students. So in addition to the over $2 billion in recurring dollars to our state's funding formula, I'd like to call out some specific state recurring dollar investments which represent your sustaining commitment to education in this state. These include, but are not limited to, as you see from the slide, summer programming, paid parental leave, growing our educator pipeline, and ensuring our educators have a clear window into the academic reading skills of our early elementary students through the universal reading screener. On the non-recurring side, you and Governor Lee have invested in $529 million for innovative school models, $198 million for teacher bonuses, $86 million in charter school facilities, and over $58 million in partner organizations like the Ayers Foundation, the Niswonger Foundation, Teach for America, the Star Academy in West Tennessee, and JAG in our rural communities. Next slide. This last slide highlights the federal investments, including a one-time $3.9 billion infusion of COVID relief dollars, which hit our state amidst a pandemic. But two significant outcomes emerged as a result. First, our state and our district and charter school leaders planned well, spending the federal dollars with the goal of implementing and sustaining initiatives most important to the parents of our students, ensuring that our students can read, they can write, they can do math, and that they are prepared for life after high school. Second, you, our General Assembly and Governor Lee, kept your investment focused on education. Not all states can say that, as evident by the fact that Tennessee has garnered national recognition for how we spent those funds. As this slide shows, Tennessee receives 4 important recurring federal grants: ESEA, IDEA, Perkins, and the School Lunch Program. Altogether, these grants account for about $1.3 billion annually, which is about 9.5% of the recurring education dollars spent in the state each year. And with respect to the one-time COVID relief dollars, of the nearly $4 billion provided to the state through GEER and ESSER grants, 90% flowed directly to school districts to do 3 things: stabilize the education system as schools reopened, support student remediation due to the shutdown, and finally, accelerate student learning after the pandemic. If the General Assembly had not acted so decisively to maintain the state's investment in education, this acceleration would not have been possible, and it is demonstrated in our results. So in breaking down the COVID dollars, you and Governor Lee directed funding to many of the initiatives you see on this screen. Most noteworthy are $184 million for academics, including $83 million for Tennessee All-Court tutoring grants that are wildly popular with our school districts. $75 million on literacy training, family resources, and professional networks, and $16 million for math implementation supports. You also had $90 million to support college, career, and military readiness initiatives, including an additional $63 million, for the Innovative School Models program, and $12 million for computer science and STEM innovation grants. You also allowed for $30 million to support the educator pipeline, including the initial first in the country Grow Your Own program, and then an educator preparation program, innovation and educator development program. And finally, $40 million to support districts and schools in reopening and in grant administration. Most critically, district and charter planning and monitoring supports, amongst these others. Thank you. That concludes our testimony. We are happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, Commissioner, thank you very much for your presentation. We do have several folks that are on the list to ask a couple questions. We will begin with Chairman Vaughn. Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll stick all to English this time, or as close to English as I can speak. Thanks for being here, Commissioner, and as a former school board member, I can tell you that your number one job is to get as many kids home as left for school that day. So school safety has never left the minds of this General Assembly. And my colleague from Putnam County asked a question of the Department of Safety in their testimony earlier about school resource officers. And they addressed the fact that out of $140 million that we had budgeted, that only 102 was drawn down this past fiscal year. They said they saw an increase projecting coming up. But from y'all's perspective, what type of feedback are you receiving in your department from LEAs talking about any difficulty in them, those who want them, in them being able to procure SROs, whether it be, are there difficulties with local law enforcement? Is there a difficulty with the labor pool? Is there difficulty with regards to the type of work it is? Can y'all address that? Because they gave us responses from the law enforcement perspective, but it's something that we'd be curious to hear from an educator perspective, what you think about school safety and the funded SRO positions.
So again, another program that is very popular with our school districts, but I'd like to ask Lori Paisley, our Assistant Commissioner for Coordinated School Health, if she can provide more substantive feedback from the school districts as she works on this in her division.
Hello, I'm Lori Paisley, Assistant Commissioner of the Coordinated School Health Division, in which the school safety team lives. I think a lot of what you said that school safety, the Department of Safety shared, but I think it varies from district to district, and working with those specific local law enforcement. We have a great partnership on training new SROs and are hearing positive feedback on that, but I think there are times where you mentioned procuring those positions and the people that apply. It's a local issue that varies from district to district with law enforcement.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes, sir. Chairman Vaughn.
So what I'm curious about is government getting in the way? Or is it an overly regulated situation to where, are there problems that we can address, or is it simply a labor pool workforce environment that's typical with anywhere? Or is there some type of bureaucracy in the way that this body could help clear the way so that we make sure that every school system that has a need for an SRO in a facility has the opportunity to get that? And, you know, I can know sometimes MOUs can be messy things, but I think what I'm hearing is a positive reaction from the Education Committee, or from the education side of the coin, that things are going about as well as could be expected. Is that, I hate to put words in your mouth, but would that be a fair boil down of the situation?
Yes, I would agree with you, and I think it's so important that SROs are in each of our schools for safety, but we're also hearing a lot of positive feedback on just the relationships that they're building, and it gives our students another trusted adult that they can get to know while they're in the school day, and they're very supportive of their individual schools, getting involved in the school, and just a part of the team there. So all positive feedback, but anything that we've heard about them not filling and meeting that capacity has been very local, and I think that you all can just support your local districts and local law enforcement in moving that along. And you mentioned MOUs, and it sounds like you think the same thing as I do. Sometimes it's a little bit harder than it should be, but that's the only thing that we've heard that slowed that down.
All righty. Thank you so much for the feedback. Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Thank you, Chairman. Just kind of sticking in that vein of school safety, and so prior to TISA funding, of course, there were school safety grants. I know before TISA, there was about $20 million. And so I know there were times where that $20 million wouldn't even all get expended. And the reason why, to be honest with you, is because school districts would do all this work, turn in all this paperwork for all these needs, and then they wouldn't get anything. So really, they slowed down on some of their asks because it just wasn't worth it. So now, of course, that has changed. And so I hear all the time, and I don't hear it as much now because hopefully it's getting clearer. But a lot of people think those school safety grants have went away. But that's not the case. It's just been incorporated into TISA. So can you just kind of talk about that and get that on the record so that folks know how the safety grant, how that procedure kind of works at this point? And Sam, you may want to take that one. Looks like 1:36. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Sam Piercy, Deputy Commissioner. That is correct. So when we transitioned to the TISA funding formula, the school safety grants were folded into those formula dollars. So everyone was still receiving those same dollars that they did prior to the grant. It just came out through the TISA funding formula, giving districts even more flexibility in how they were leveraging those dollars to meet local needs. I will also note that since that time, this body has continued to invest additional one-time funding in school safety initiatives, and so those have continued to smatter throughout the years since our transition to TISA as well.
So talk about the administrative costs. So now that it's kind of baked into TISA, are there still administrative costs being taken out of those dollars for TISA? How does that work as far as administering the grants and the cost to do that, kind of the overhead, so to speak?
Yes, sir. Happy to speak to it, and I will defer to Lori on this some as well. In the original school safety funding that this body had appropriated, it called for a Tennessee School Safety Center that was housed at the department, and that team was charged with administering the safety grants, and that was a big part of their work, but also providing oversight and support to school districts in their safety planning efforts. So that technical assistance body of work still exists today. We actually just had a call with our colleagues over at Commerce and Insurance about using some of those funds to support additional training opportunities for SROs. So there is still work happening at the department, largely in collaboration, and I will just acknowledge that one thing that the Lee administration has instituted is a very cross-collaborative approach to school safety work with regular meetings with our sister agencies to make sure we're prioritizing and all on the same page with that work. If I may defer to Lori for any additional comments there.
Sure.
Yes, I think part of what I heard you say at the beginning is just it slowed down and they felt like they weren't getting things in place. And from what we've heard, that was a vendor and a supplier issue. And those in the past 6 months have gotten a lot better. So we feel like a lot of that work is able to move forward in a quicker pace.
Okay. So, and then I'll be finished and we'll move on. So looking at state grants regarding education, how common is that there's administrative costs for these grants? Just curious. And you, if you can give me some examples or maybe even give me a list of the state grants there's an administrative cost. It's actually taken out of that grant. That's interesting to me. So if you'd like to comment.
Sure, and happy to kind of pull together a list for you. I think there are certain grants that come with compliance oversight requirements. So as an example, our voluntary pre-K program folds under a much larger umbrella of early childhood education requirements. And so there are administrative functions that happen there. I think one of the things that I would call out is that each of those groups within the department, it's not just about administering the grant, but it's also about that technical assistance support to districts and helping to meet their needs, connect the dots with other agencies and that kind of body of work as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Next on the list, Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our committee, and good to see you all. So my question is going to be around the free and reduced lunch program, and in particular, if you could walk us briefly through this program or the data collected and how and why it is impacting other funding received by the state from the feds. And I have a part two, Mr. Chairman.
Lori Pay, are you going to, you were going to respond to that?
Well, I thought Sam was going first, but I'm happy to follow up.
I see people coming up.
Thank you for the question. So let me speak quickly about the free and reduced price lunch program, and Lori, please add in and correct anywhere I misspeak on this. But then I think specifically to your question, where those numbers are used for other programs and where those influence points might happen. In the state nutrition program, you can be eligible for free lunch or reduced price lunch through a number of different avenues. We have our direct certification groups, which are attributable to other social service programs, such as SNAP, TANF. Medicaid is also in that as of the last 3 years, I believe. And then we have a group of categorically eligible students. So those include students who fall into categories like foster students, unaccompanied youth fall into that group, migrant, and the last one I'm going to forget. I apologize. We can get to that one.
Yeah.
Pardon?
He said
I got that one, yeah. So all of those students automatically qualify to receive free lunch program. But districts also have the opportunity to administer free and reduced price lunch forms that we are probably all familiar with from some point in time. Over the last probably 15 years or so, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, who administers the program, implemented a community eligibility provision, which allowed school districts to clustered schools to kind of lock in their free and reduced price lunch rates for a period of time. That took a little bit of a paperwork burden and administrative burden off of our school districts, but also kind of provide some stability of access into funding over that course of time. Where these numbers matter, right? Those come into our school nutrition program. Where the Department of Education uses that information elsewhere is in our accountability system and our funding formula. Those numbers only look at our direct certification counts. So those groups that we mentioned earlier. And that is where that was actually statutorily added even back under the BEP formula, I think back in 2017, to switch to using those numbers. The last piece that I will say is that we have been notified that there are other grants at other agencies that leverage federal USDA nutrition data. We have been looking closely with our partners at DHS about what that has looked like. A lot of it seems attributable to what happened at the end of the pandemic and the expiration of some federal waivers in those programs. I will readily admit I am not an expert in all of those programs, so I'll defer that to our colleagues at DHS. But those numbers kind of come in a cycle. We get our SNAP and TANF data from our partners at DHS and pass it along to our local nutrition partners. We do the same with TennCare data. And then that data then funnels back into some of those allocation formulas that you're referencing there. Sorry, that was a lot, but I apologize.
It's hard to keep up with.
It's a whirlwind, yes, ma'am.
Did you have any more to add?
No, I think you did a great job.
I didn't want to leave you out.
I knew he would. Yes.
You were eager.
He was absolutely correct.
Okay. And could you discuss, and maybe this is partly how you answered that, direct certification and community eligibility and any changes that may have occurred at the state level? So some of those may be out of our control, but.
Yes, ma'am. The only one I think I would note is the addition of the Medicaid eligibility to determine nutrition services for students. And that was a pilot program Tennessee signed up to participate in with the U.S. Department of Agriculture about 3 years ago.
Okay. Thank you for making that a little bit clearer. It's very complicated, and I know when we had that task force looking into whether it's feasible to take federal aid for education, and that was very revealing in there that it's not just ag, it's the military, it's crazy. So anyway, that was an interesting dive, and I also want to thank you, Commissioner, for the shout out to the Star Academy in Haywood County, and our Superintendent Amy Marsh is knocking it out of the park with that program. It's a great one to go see. So thank you for mentioning them too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Next on the list is Representative T. Hicks. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that introduction. That's nice. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. The legislature as a whole and this body has made pretty large investments in the K through 12 Mental Health Trust Fund. And I want to talk about that and ask a few questions on that if I could. Can you just really provide an update of the landscape of where our mental health is, the behavioral health of our students, just sort of statewide, and how those investments are improving the lives of our students in public education?
I'll defer to Lori. I'm glad I didn't go back to my seat. Thank you for the question. I think it's spot on because there's a lot going on with that. But the Mental Health Trust Fund has given a lot of our schools, and it continues to grow day to day. And that's something that we work really closely with our partners over at the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, Commissioner Marie Williams and her team. But they've placed school-based behavioral health liaisons through that funding in our schools. Not every one of them, but they are another member of the team that can give the school capacity to meet the students' needs, no matter what they are. With mental health in schools, as you all know, we have school counselors. We have more school social workers than we had back when I was in my district. And then now those school-based behavioral health liaisons are giving them more capacity to not only meet the student needs, but to meet the family's needs. So it's been very positive. I visited a school district up in Northeast Tennessee right around the end of the school year, and I got to meet one of those school-based behavioral health liaisons. And the school could not say enough positive things about her and the work that she's been able to do. They only said to me, when are we going to get a school-based behavioral health liaison for every one of our schools? And I just told them that I know Commissioner Williams is working on that. So it's really been positive, but we've seen an uptick in more behavioral issues with students in the classroom and those mental health issues that our students are facing that's a barrier to learning. And those school-based behavioral health liaisons has been a real positive and strengthening addition to the team at the school that can meet those needs.
Thank you. And so there is not a liaison in every single school. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. Not yet, but you can ask Commissioner Williams. She'll give you a new number every day where they're inching up to working toward that.
So we're working real hard on that.
Yes.
Okay. Last question. What about our staff and faculty? You know, there's a huge turnover rate, and we're very concerned about that. And it's a lot of it is on the mental health because of, you know, the way the students act and such. So, you know, we're very concerned about that, the turnover of that. So what does that look like now in 2024 and 2025 compared to 2020 for our faculty and our staff?
Well, I think you're touching on something that we did see is after the pandemic, it was hard for our staff to get out and come to work, but we've made so many strides there. And one of the components of coordinated school health is staff wellness. So our coordinated school health staff in every district are working hard on staff wellness. I used to be a coordinated school health director in my district, and a lot of that work back then was just nutrition, physical activity, helping our staff how to lead healthy lifestyles. But after the pandemic, as you mentioned, that mental health piece came in, and coordinated school health is working toward all these initiatives, working with their district's benefit coordinator and those community health providers that Commissioner Marie Williams and her department work with to make sure that our staff have what they need and have the resources that they need.
Thank you. Chairman, can I have one more quick question? I need clarification on something.
You're recognized.
On the chart that you have that says then and now changes,
Yes.
I need a little clarification on the per pupil funding from 2020 to 2024, and it went from $10,047 to $13,658. So is that $13,658, is that a pretty accurate number on per pupil? What is that, an average of what they get through the TISA funding formula?
Is it Mary Ann Dursky, Chief Financial Officer? That number is the statewide average of what has been spent per pupil. And so we compile expenditure data from all of our districts, and we calculate a per pupil by district, and then we calculate it per pupil. It is inclusive of state, local, and federal funds.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, because like all summer long, I've got emails, and it's been all over the media, that public school funding for each student is $7,075. And I've heard that all year long, and I'm just trying to clarify here exactly what that funding is, because, you know, school boards and teachers unions and such is really pushing that number a lot. So what you're saying is this is just an average. Whenever you add everything together, that's what the funding is, correct?
Yes, sir. And that 7,000 number is the base funding in the TISA formula, but that is only a part of the funding or the expenditures that are recognized by student.
So not many students just get the base funding formula, correct?
Absolutely correct. I would venture none. There is local money over and above what is required, so districts, students are receiving more than that.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list is Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Chairman Hicks. Commissioner, I remember when we were trying to figure out how we were going to fund the summer learning camps, we wanted to use some TANF funding. And then that was later disallowed, I guess, by the federal government, and we appealed that decision. Have you gotten any update on that appeal?
No, sir, we have not.
We're still trying, though. We'd still like to get a decision on the appeal.
Well, yeah, sure. Okay, I mean, yeah, I think we had pretty much written it off at this point, but yes, sir. You know, we're still waiting for a response, so.
Like a decision,
working
but we've
with
kind of given
DHS.
up.
Yes, sir.
And then last question, can you give us an update on the ARPA funding for the summer learning camps? I know at one point we were going to use that for the camps, and we've spent some of the money, but maybe not all of the money. Some of the money from ARPA is still yet to be spent on summer camps.
Yes, sir. This past summer, we utilized the last of the ARPA money that was designated for the summer camps. So as of the end of this past summer's camps, it has all been expended.
Okay, thank you all.
All right, thank you. Next on the list is Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question doesn't have to do with agriculture or education, but Commissioner Reynolds, thank you very much. You came to Chucky Doak's FFA banquet earlier this year, and that really meant a lot to them to have you there, and just the importance of agriculture or education across the state of Tennessee. Our state seal back here still has the words agriculture right to the middle of it, so thank you very much for that. Absolutely. I do want to talk a little bit about our Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement, the TISA formulas, formula growth and outcomes bonuses that we're seeing across the state. And I will just take this verbatim. TISA includes $80 million in state funding specifically for outcome bonuses for districts. Unspent TISA funding by law also rolls into the pool of funding for outcome bonuses, whereas unspent BEP funding reverted to the general fund in days gone by. At the close of fiscal year 24, Department of Education had $90 million in unspent TISA funding. In the 26 budget now, the budget initially included $164 million for TISA formula growth, but the administration amendment reduced this amount by almost $16 million as we got more solid data on the outcomes base. Several questions here, but since we've been fully operational with TISA since the 24 fiscal year, has the department gotten a good grasp on the funding growth that will be needed year over year through TISA, and how much of that money remains unspent as of now?
Sam. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So one thing that I will note on the outcomes funding, you hit it spot on. The unused funds roll into the next year or available pots for additional outcomes. So we have actually paid out to districts higher than that $80 million in outcomes funding, because under the existing rules for outcome dollars, they've earned it. And so I just want to celebrate that, to say that we're actually awarding out more dollars in outcomes funding, tapping into that additional sort of carry forward pool that you have. I don't have the exact carry forward number with me. I'm happy to get that for you. One thing that I will note that you brought up is that we have been thoughtful about where that reduction comes into the ask, because we have sufficient carry forward funds to cover the outcomes pot for the next year. So that's why you kind of see that number come down a little bit in that update.
Chairman Hall.
And thank you for clarifying where that reduction came from. So thank you. Second question, outcome bonuses are dispersed based on student-generated outcome goals established by the department. What specific outcome goal generates the highest percentage of bonus? Also, which students saw the greatest outcome gains in the past year with those generated bonuses?
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. So happy to get you sort of a breakdown of where things landed. The outcomes are actually all funded at the same level. They are 10% of the base for your general education students and 20% of the base for some of our identified subgroup students. So in terms of their value at an individual level, they fall into one of those two categories. Happy to pull you some numbers on how many were generated in each of the categories over the last few years as well.
Chairman Hall.
And thank you. And you've answered my last question in the body of your other answers. So as typically is the process, if you could get those answers to our chairman, and he'll disseminate that to the committee. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Next on the list is Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question on teacher salaries. So I know that in 2023 we passed that those need to be at $50,000, and so we've been gradually getting there. For the previous 3 years, the increase to the base salary has been about $2,500 per year. So to get to that 50,000 mark, this next year we need to increase that by 3,000. So far, what feedback have we heard from districts on their ability to adjust their salary schedule to meet the 50,000? So that's to anyone. But do we know? Are we getting feedback from districts? On as far as them meeting that pace to get to 50,000?
Ms. Durst.
Yes, sir. The districts have all been able to meet each year the new minimum. Many have exceeded it, and many are already at the $50,000 mark this year, although that isn't required until next year.
Thank you. And then any, and I don't know if we have hard data or anecdotal data. Are districts able to retain teachers more with that increased minimum salary? Are we getting any feedback regarding that specifically?
I have not heard any feedback specifically about recruiting and retention, but we've actually put together a work group of directors of schools to really talk about what do we need to do with respect to retention, recruitment, and development of our teachers so that they can stay there. And part of that is meeting the local needs and what those needs are. So, but as far as the salary increases, it's like, as Mary Ann said, there are many districts have already met that minimum salary requirement.
Okay. And Chairman, if just one more follow up, and this is kind of shifting gears just a little bit from teacher salaries to instructional focus documents. This is getting into the weeds just a little bit.
Sure.
But so when new standards are released, and so most recently there were science standards released. There were new science standards for so that's when we redo the test, right? And so there's a document called an instructional focus document that teachers receive, and that helps them prepare properly for the TCAP exam. So we're about 6 months into new science standards, still no instructional focus documents, unless there's been some breaking news there. Tell me about that. How far are we from getting, since we have new standards, how far out are the instructional focus documents?
I'm going to ask Christy Brown to respond, but I know that this has been something that we've been working on for a number of months. Go ahead.
Christy Brown, Chief Academic Officer. Thank you for that question. This is the year one of an 8-year year one implementation of an 8-year adoption cycle. And we have prioritized a number of the required documents and resources, the standards document, the standards training that we've actually had teacher groups to give feedback, help develop and deliver that across the state for science teachers. The crosswalk documents are available, again, folks in a textbook adoption cycle, and then the assessment blueprints are all available, so that we focus on some of the required resources that are available, and they are all available. Our supplemental resources like an IPG, which is an instructional practice guides, and the instructional focus documents are something that we are in current development. We've released the instructional focus documents for high school, and the other ones are being developed right now. We will get those out, and as soon as they are, they'll, of course, will last the entire 8-year adoption period.
Okay, so, and we've talked about this a little bit, but before this meeting, but would we say for the record that if we're saying that instructional focus documents are valuable, which the department, certainly in the past has agreed that those are valuable documents for our teachers to be adequately prepared to teach our students, right? I mean, that trickles down to the students. For them to perform at their best level on a TCAP. If we're saying that those documents are valuable for that, would we say in the future, when we are releasing new standards, that the instructional focus document should also be ready on day one?
We will commit to prioritizing those documents going forward and having those available when those standards and adoption cycles starts as much as we can. Again, we are going to do the all of the required first, but we can certainly look at reprioritizing some of the things and being sure that those are available for teachers in the future.
Is that an on day one response?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we will prioritize that for day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Leader. Next on the list, Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, team. It's great to see you all today. So the last couple of years, one of the issues that we received the most feedback on was the third grade retention. And so I have a couple of questions surrounding that. There's certain promotion pathways allow for a student who did not score proficient on the spring TCAP to be promoted to fourth grade with tutoring, and requires adequate growth to be shown in fourth grade. What is adequate growth? Can you all define that?
Jonathan Criswell.
So, Jonathan Criswell, Chief Program Officer, State Department. That measure is taking now, it's changed in the last 2 years. It was taken from a pre-test to a post-test. To speed up the process and to get the data back to districts quicker, it is now taken from the TCAP test itself that the student took at the end of the spring, and then a test that they take at the end of summer, of their summer experience. And then run through a calculation that produces what would be considered adequate growth depending upon the number of weeks that the student was in a session.
You're recognized, Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moving on to the fourth grade. So if a student does make it to the fourth grade, so in the 23-24 school year, there were over 12,000 fourth grade students who were getting tutoring, were required to get tutoring, and were required to display adequate growth due to their third grade TCAP results. Just over half scored proficient or met the adequate growth target. The remaining 5,300 students did not meet their growth target, but were still promoted by conference determination. These students will receive tutoring in fifth grade. So what happens if these students still do not meet their adequate growth or proficiency targets in the fifth grade? Will they be retained?
That is a local decision.
Chairman Boyd.
Okay, thank you. So in conference determination, can a school's determination that a student should not be promoted be overruled by a parental decision?
Yeah, my understanding is that it is the conference includes the parent. So I can't. I don't think anybody can overrule it. I'm sure they come together and they make a decision collectively to decide whether or not the student should stay in that grade or move on to the next one.
So the parent's decision is incorporated into that, and ultimately, it would be the parent's decision. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Next on the list is Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for your presentation. Looking at the then and now changes, I think it's that slide right there. Looking at the NAEP scores,
Yes, sir.
2019 and 2024, I see a arrow going up, but I may have missed the percentage up. What is that percent up of the NAEP scores?
From 2020 to 2026?
No, yes. Is it just up, or is there a percent up?
It's
I can.
5.2,
Yeah,
right?
well, so because this is actually 4 different assessments being reflected,
right.
we were showing just the cutoff.
I
Happy to
gotcha.
get you the results on each of those 4 assessments for both windows of time.
That'd be great. Thank you. If I can, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you. Also, looking at the 2020 to 2026 for ELA proficiency, math proficiency, are there areas, demographic categories where there was a decline, or were all of our demographic categories up?
I don't have the information in front of me. I can definitely get it back to you. But I do believe that we had outperformed many states with our, I think it was, I can't remember, it was 4th or 8th grade African-American student population. But again, we can get that
Yes,
background
please.
information for you as soon as possible.
Yes, please, just email it to me. I don't want to
Absolutely.
belabor
Yes, sir.
the committee with these questions. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chairman, for your patience.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Commissioner, Department of Ed. We have had many discussions over the last 2 years about federal funding and what requirements come with federal funding. And I'm just wondering, since the Schumer shutdown has been taking place, we haven't made any decisions yet with federal funding as a state. Are we losing any money? Is there being money withheld right now from the federal government?
No, sir.
Chairman Faison. All right, next on the list will be Leader Camper.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't know why he's trying to politicize this right now. I think the Republicans own the White House, the Senate, Congress. He wants to. Hey, you started. You started it.
Yeah, but I've got the gavel. Let's stick on
Oh, I'm
the
sorry. I didn't know that
budget.
was you.
Let's stick on the budget.
I'm sorry.
Here we go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought that was the other chairman. G. Willigers. All right. Thank you for being here. Because of the federal shutdown and really the SNAP program, I think you mentioned it earlier. My question was around what impact you think this may have, particularly around the certification part, which takes place at the DHS, but it'll have an impact on you, whether you have funding, slow funding coming, or whatever to get, funding for the free and reduced lunch program. What impact is this going to have on you should this happen on November 1st?
So, sorry.
Yeah, you're recognized. Go right ahead.
All right,
Thank you.
sir. We actually reached out to our federal partners at the U.S. Department of Agriculture yesterday and saw another $50 million load in our accounts for the nutrition programming. So as it stands, they are meeting the commitment on the nutrition programming, and we will continue to be in constant contact with them on that front.
Very good. I was hoping that you were getting ahead of it, and I'm glad that you did, because there is potential, for the children to be impacted by that, and we don't want that to happen. We want to make sure if children are hungry, that we can feed them. So I really appreciate the forward thinking on that and keeping your finger on the pulse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Leader Camper. Next on the list, Representative Capley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Department, thank you for your time this afternoon. I really have more of a statement. I've been contacted by several of my school bus drivers and whoever's over the school bus drivers in there. I don't know that official title for that position, but anyway. And they've, kind of communicated to me that some of the testing and the requirements to be a school bus driver, I know we have a shortage right now in my area specifically. So really just going forward, if we could work together with my office and just kind of look at that and see if there's something that we can fix legislatively or just work together on making that a little bit more smoothly. But thank y'all for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Commissioner, I think every one of us up here have a story about a school teacher that influenced our life in a positive way. I can think Miss Barnes, the late Mr. Knox. It seems like we don't have as many male teachers as we did females back in the 80s. We have a fatherless crisis in this country. A lot of people don't seem to want to talk about it for some reason. This nation has the highest fatherless rate of any nation in the world, the highest incarceration rate of any nation in the world. It costs us a lot of money. I think the dropout rate is, I don't know if it's like 60% of those dropouts are from fatherless homes. Is there any discussion statewide that you know of trying to reach out to more male teachers and maybe African-American male teachers to get them more involved, to be kind of mentors for some of these young people?
Sure. I mean, has there been statewide conversations? No. Again, we are working with our directors of schools to really think about the needs at the local level. But that has been a focus. That's something that's Christy Brown and I have spoken about, is how do we, recruit more male teachers into the classroom. As a mom of two boys, I saw the influence that a male teacher, particularly for my youngest son, who wasn't engaged in school, really drew him. He had an AP English teacher who was a male, and all of a sudden he was Mr. ELA. Like, he wanted to take every class he could with this instructor. And so that has really kind of, there is an institute called the Boys and Men's Institute. I believe it's oh, you don't like them? But they have spoken extensively about really trying to figure out what we can do to recruit more males into the classroom. Because what happens is you have more females in the classroom, but you have more administrators that are males. So how do we reverse that and really think through the kind of role models we can create for all our young men?
Yeah, if I could just remind the members and you, I don't know if y'all watched Parkinson's testimony on our legislation this year about, he brought a gun to school. I mean, Representative Parkinson shares this openly. I really appreciate his conviction. And he said, I feel like if I had a father at home, I don't think I'd done that. He got arrested. Someone mentored him, influenced him. He went to the military. He's got such a cool story, and his heartfelt testimony really meant a lot to me. But it's just an issue that, didn't seem like no one really cares about. No one's willing to talk about it. No one's willing to get really more involved. Maybe there is, and I'm just not seeing it. So just put that on y'all's radar, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, how many virtual schools do we have in the state?
I don't have that number. I had it. Let me see. We can pull that for you.
Okay, that's okay. You can get that to my office. I'm curious because
Yes,
I know on 3 of the most recent reports regarding virtual schools, there's 9 that keep showing up that really score below expectations. Now, TCA allows you to be able to suggest that those schools are discontinued or shut down, for better terms. And I wonder, does that happen very often, that you step in and say, okay, enough is enough, that you're not performing to the standards, and shut it down?
I mean, at this point, I have not, but it's something that we have discussed in the last couple of weeks, to just think about what we can do there, because we want to make sure that all kids are served well.
And regarding, I guess, and have you discussed internally any other factors that would guide your decision on enforcing any enrollment caps maybe for virtual schools? Have you thought about that in regards to virtual schools? You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I think there was actually some start to conversation around this last year. We're in the process of running our accountability model for this year, so there's talk of what that needs to look like. One of the things that we've discussed internally is making sure that we are fully aware and briefed what the local need is that the virtual school was intended to meet, right? And making sure that we understand that dynamic on the ground in the community in informing any of those decisions.
I'm just really concerned that these virtual schools are meeting expectations. And when I see the same ones show up on the report time after time after time, I really start getting a little bit worried about that. So if you could get that, how many schools we've got, and really be interested in seeing that. Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully a bit of lighthearted comment, not necessarily for our guests, but I mentioned ag education earlier, and I'm quite sure that Leader Cochran can still wear his ag blue uniform. Chairman Faison, can you still wear your ag uniform, sir? I'd like an answer.
We're done with the Schumer shutdown. I'll put it on.
See, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, there's no one else. You are out of order, and so I have no one else on the list. So, Commissioner, thank you for being here. Thank you, and not only you, but your staff. And I always embarrass her, and she thought she was going to get away with it, but I always want to mention Miss Marianne Dursky. And if you don't, let me have your attention for a second. If you don't know who Miss Marianne Dursky is, you go and ask your school system, ask them who Marianne Dursky is, and I promise you they will know. She is the guru behind the numbers, and so thank you for your work, Ms. Dursky. We aggravate you a lot at Rogersville City, and you always answer, so thank you. All right, without further ado, without objection, we are going to go back into session. We are back in session. Is there any other business coming before the committee? Hearing none and seeing none, we do stand adjourned. Without objection.